I'm blue buddy. Hi. Happy Monday. I hope you're not feeling blue on this Monday, and if you are, hopefully we can cheer you up with the power of Vtuber Design Critique Day. Somehow, blue is still the most populous color in the Vtuber Design Critique form. How is this possible? I thought, there's the whole joke about pink cat girls. You know them, you love them. There's so many of them. There's just so many people who are pink in general. But I swear to you, currently on my computer, just out of the range, I've pulled up to 400 now. We're up to 400. As far as the queue goes, pulled, downloaded on the computer for potential use case. Just take a guess for me. Take a guess for me how many fellas there are now currently in the blue folder. Give me a number estimate. Give me a number estimate. So we theoretically will probably get through 6 today, knowing me. Guess how many there are. Okay, I'm glad we've got the full range of at least 7, but also 200. 2 of you guessed 200, but that's probably at least a little bit too many. That's not quite right. Okay, 3 people have guessed 200. It's not that many, okay? It's not that many. For context, most of the folders that I have that sort people for episodes usually have somewhere around 8 in them. Somewhere like 8. Sometimes, if it goes a while before I get to that category, it'll be somewhere like 12 or maybe 14. There are 35. There are 35 blue Vtubers. How has this happened? How did this occur? None of the folders, I think, have more than 20 otherwise. There's so many of you. Blue is like the new hip in VTuber color, and honestly, you know what? I'm here for it. I do not mind it. Yeah, blue is such a nice color that I am not bugged at all by it. But it is funny seeing how, the trends in VTubing have shifted over my time. Why are all my redeems happening twice? Are you noticing that? Hang on, sorry, not to interrupt myself in the middle of a sentence. Why is everything going twice? Do you see that? You're redeeming here and it's throwing 2 at me. Why is it doing that? Vignon is not working. Yeah, see, look, you threw 1 ladder, but it threw 2. Head rotate only rotates once. What's happening? Can you do another redeem to see if it happens twice? It might toggle on and off. Vignon isn't open twice. Yeah, okay, hang on. So gloop is just not happening. Wow! Oh my god! So I think I did definitely get super launched. Also, I don't know what this floating O is behind me. That's cool. I don't know what that is. Oh wait, that's the ghost of Joby. There we go, it's gone. Yeah, buy one, get one free apparently right now. I think it's a Twitch thing, because Vignon is working A-okay and just fine, so who knows? Ow! Hey! I get that we're testing, but don't do this to me. Don't throw 2 tables at me. 1 is plenty, alright? One table for rage is more than enough, right? Okay, I guess I'll stand here. You don't get 2 T-poses, however. I think it's just toggling the same thing to start twice. What that might mean is you just get an extra second of it. I don't know. Twitch is always having some kind of silly nonsense happening. Who knows? Yeah, Squiiji just didn't happen, but it made the noise like it was happening. So I don't know quite what is happening at all. Hi, short. Oh, Ryuko. You're right, I am little. I am little. We forgot. How did we start stream without being so small? Headpat was doing something for a second, but it also appears to be gone. What is this nightmare that we have uncovered here before us? Also, a bunch of your redeems are in fact missing right now. I have just remembered. Pro streamer Squiiji. Edward, welcome back! Forms of my favorite streamer. Don't say that, I'm gonna cry! Thank you. I wanted to be a favorite. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us. Mondays because I get to watch the stream live feed baby animals all day. What the heck? That sounds like the life. Dang, I want to do that. I want to hang out with baby animals. Wait, I have a really brief story to tell you, but hang on. I have to restore. We're missing a bunch of redeems because I had to turn them off for Voxel EG on Friday. Hang on, I'll fix it. Pro streamer, I've only been doing this for a year. Oh, where are they? Yeah, so actually is fine. The hair ones should work. If you do actually, here, let me test. You don't do it. Don't do it, you. You can throw hands at me and throw as many hands as you want. Let me test actually so nobody spends actual points on it in case it just toggles it right off. Yeah, okay, so, did you see that? Warp speed. It is, for some reason, double triggering everything. I'll put them on. But that's so weird. Why did that happen? Yeah, it said no. It said, actually, none of that for you, please. Oh, and I bet the props ones aren't working either, because it's gonna toggle the prop on and back off instead of twice. Okay, maybe I leave these things off then. So that way I don't make Amber and the other mods have to do an incredible amount of work. Thank you, Amber. I'm gonna turn things off that seem like they're not working so we don't have to worry about refunding. Hopefully, theoretically, head pat wasn't working. What else wasn't working? Oh, that won't work. If I had to guess, those all seem like they would work. Ooh, it might just be those ones, actually. Ow! Okay, so Bonk works. Thank you for checking. Odgepodge is here. Yeah! Hi, Odgepodge. Ow! I did get 2 whole bonks out of just 1 single bonk from Hoshi. 2 for 1 special. Only now. Anything with props has to go, though. So sorry. No SQU11J1, no Miku. Okay, that should be corrected. Everything should be off that isn't working, but if we find other things that don't work, let me know and I can turn them off so that way we don't have to worry about it. I think it's a Twitch issue. Ow! Ow! You, like, made me grow back to my normal size, but now I feel like my head is, like, short. What happened? Is this what my head normally looks like? Am I having a crisis? Do I normally look like this? No, I don't. I was, like, slightly crushed. Ever so slightly wide EG. Just a little wide EG on a Monday. Someone said something about hanging out with animals. Guess what? I had an animal interaction today. I had an animal interaction today and I felt like the smartest shroom on the planet of Earth. Jubby and I have been hearing some funny noises at night, and we came to the conclusion that there's definitely a mouse or a rat or something somewhere. It didn't sound like it was in our apartment. It sounded like it was maybe in the wall, or like it was coming from upstairs. Troublingly, because I don't have directional hearing, I actually couldn't locate where this fella may or may not have been. But, you know, nothing like being a light sleeper and being awoken in the night to what sounds like footsteps near your head. So that was really exciting, like, a week ago. 2 nights ago, I was laying in bed, like, I turned the lights off to go to bed, and I laid down, and I hear the, like, beep, 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 of, like, you know how mice and rats will just make their funny little noises a little bit sometimes? They just do a little bit of squeaky. I was like, where are you? You're in here. I hear you. Where are you hiding? You're in the room with me. I was like, that's cool. That's great. That's fantastic. That's sick. I am not scared of mice or rats. I actually think they're cute little guys, and I have had rats as pets before. So I was like, I know it's not safe to keep one of these fellas as pets because they may or may not have disease or other things going on. Like, you're not supposed to take them in from the wild, but I'm like, okay, if he stays in his lane and I stay in mine, it'll be all right. But I did see it last night, and it was just like a little, like, field mouse. It's not a rat or anything. It's just a cute little field mouse. And I was like, oh, okay, he probably shouldn't be in here because, you know, they can, you know, it's not good for everyone's health because droppings and what have you. So, me, like the Looney Tunes cartoon villain I am, I set up a trap. Not the evil, mean, cruel traps. I set up a Home Alone style, not even Home Alone style, that's still cruel. I set up a jerry-rigged, homemade, homegrown trap for this mouse. Have you ever seen those videos? I think they're on like TikTok and stuff, where they usually do, the ones I think of are ones with pigeons, where they'll put a bunch of food on like flaps, and the food doesn't really weigh much, but when the pigeon steps on it, it like opens and they fall into this little like hole. I did in fact concoct one of those using a little like yogurt container, because it's a little guy. I'm telling you, this mouse is like, he's like that big. He little. You know, I'm 3 blueberries tall. This mouse is less than 1 blueberry. He's really little. So I made it. I set it up. I put the little snacks on top. I set it out in the bedroom because that's where I kept hearing him. And, you know, I'm in the other room, I'm working, I'm doing consultations, and I hear the noise of I'm like, ah! I go in there and I did catch the mouse. I caught him in my funny little trap, and then I took him on a nice walk down the street during my lunch break, and I walked him up to, there's like a big park up the street from me, and I went, waha! And he went free, and he was okay, and I watched him scurry right away into the trees. I'm proud of myself. I, like, low-key did not think it was gonna work. Yeah, a box held up by a stick with fish crackers. Honestly, it was only like 1 point away from that. It was a yogurt container that I'd sliced the lid into flaps so they could fall in, and then put trail mix on top. So I'm crafty, I'm smart and quick with it. I caught him and I released him, and he's out there now. So I tend to be the one who likes to handle mice and stuff like that, because I feel like most people go to very extreme circumstances, and I don't do that. I'm like, this guy deserves to live on this earth with the rest of us, and it's not his fault that someone decided to build a house here right against the woods, and that, you know, it's nice and cozy and warm in here and safe from the elements. It's not his fault. He's just trying to live. But he can go live somewhere else, not in my house. Hey, Rosemary! Welcome back! So Miss Rita, I have this. Here are some Bezos bucks. Thanks! I've honored to use your Prime sub for me. You only get one of those. Thank you. Enjoy your rotation. What are you proud of me, Shreemates? Are you proud of me? I handled it. I handled the situation. I see people saying you didn't cry once. Powerful. I wouldn't cry. The only things that'll make me cry as far as dealing with things in my house that should not be inside my house are two very particular kinds of bugs. Spiders don't bug me. I have specific jumping spiders that I have set up in like specific posts in my office to help me deal with my ant issue. If I find a spider in another part of the house, I'm releasing it in my office right now, because man, the little itty bitty teeny tiny ants are driving me bonkers. There's no food in here for them to get into. The goldfish crackers stay closed and they aren't getting into that. I really don't know what they're doing. And they have no interest in the traps I've set up. So I have been catch and releasing spiders into my office to deal with it. And as a result of that, we have a thriving 1,000-legger population also in here. I've got a whole ecosystem in my house right now, it appears. Mouse, bugs, all those things. The only bugs that make me cry and or feel ill and not even attempt in any way, shape, or form, it is just cockroaches. I don't know why. They skeeve me out. If they didn't fly, I think I'd be fine. I think something to do with the fact that they are like an infestation kind of thing is what freaks me out. Yeah. Don't like cockroaches. No thanks. Second is fruit flies. I have specific, particular trauma with fruit flies, and seeing them makes me ill. Wait, they fly? I'm sorry to bestow this knowledge on you, Selma. They do in fact fly. Don't worry, I love Matara, but I don't like them in my house. Matara, you can hang out on the porch, or we can hang out in the yard, but I am sorry, you will not be permitted entry into the abode here. Sensei, how do you come up with these theme crits? Want to add mine? Honestly, randomly. If I notice a trend in the design submissions, that tends to be what pushes me in the direction of any particular thing being what we go towards. Right now, I think usually colors are pretty easy. There's certain themes as far as like species that are pretty easy, or like aesthetics that I can group things in. That's usually what it is, but not a ton of them. Fun One Cow had wondered how the skip the line redeem worked if you didn't catch it. I did not, thank you. Skip the line theoretically works in the way that if I am live doing VTuber design critiques, you will be the next one critiqued when you redeem it. But I know some people redeemed it as soon as they had enough spores for it and essentially gave me like a, hey, I'll let you know when I am ready for you to look at it. But I just wanted to redeem it now so that way I don't accidentally like overspend, and that way I just, you know, have it handled. So you can do it either way like that, but you just redeem it. If you redeem it during a stream when I am not doing VTuber design critiques, it'll get probably pushed to the next Monday, but I may need to put it somewhere so that way I can recall that you are then. Because I think there is someone who I am waiting for who, I can't, is it you? Candy Floss, is it you? Are you the one who redeemed it, but I am waiting for you to alert me that you are finished? Because no pressure at all, don't even worry about it, take your time. I just need to know. When you are, just flag me down, alert me some way, somehow. Yeah. Have y'all checked for carbon monoxide? Well, funny you say that. Jubby and I were actually kind of ill on... Ooh, what day was that? Saturday? We were like both completely out of sorts and like not feeling right at all, to the point that I did check our carbon monoxide detector to make sure that it was working. Like we were both like really like weirdly like cottony in the head and like tired and feeling strange, which can be symptoms of like low level carbon monoxide exposure. But no, just turns out that a container of gunplug cement was left open in the bedroom, and we'd been inhaling fumes all night, so that's great. So, hey, shroommates, make sure you close your, make sure you close them, please. Oh, Bun Bun has redeemed a skip the line. Hello, Bun Bun. Thank you for skipping the line. I see it has been detected. I like that Amber's doing like a little like wee woo wee woo. Bun Bun, would you like to go today? Bun Bun, I feel like, did we look at your design? We looked at your design during charity crits, question mark, I think, maybe? Am I remembering right? But if you're ready today, we can look at yours today, if you would like. It'd be really funny if you were blue. You did, yeah? Ah, so have you modified it since then and you were wanting us to take a look once more? Because we can do that. Did resubmit today? Hell yeah. All right, well, we will start with you then. Let me find it. But I do have a little bit of housekeeping first. Not blue, that's okay. Don't even worry about it. Let's see, Bun Bun. You submitted under Bun Bun Cow,
it's
right?
Gary.
Ooh.
I just got a note from someone on if they are allowed out to sell after Jubby's failed rescue attempt due to dinner plan. She keeps yelling something about a something beginning with C, but the parent-controlled headphones keep blocking them out.
Thank you for the bits, Selma. Also, Gary, we can let Selma out of the cell. We got some weird shroom state lore occurring on Friday from Jubby visiting us. Wait, hang on. The most recent response I have from you, Bun Bun, right, I might have to update it. Oh, it still thinks the one in the 800s is the most recent.
Parent,
Let me try this.
I wish to taste the Gundam cement.
No!
I know that it will increase my power. Allow me to grow strong, parent.
No! 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 It's not the kind of cement you think it is. It's glue, Gary! You cannot eat glue! I will not permit this. Ow, do not hit me! Do not hit me, hit him! He's trying to eat glue! That's frowned upon in most circumstances, I would imagine. Hey! Okay, I guess that's just the secondary bonk. After. Did I type my name wrong? I did find you, don't worry, you didn't spell your name wrong. It just hadn't updated because I needed to totally refresh it, which is a-okay. Yo, thank you for following on Twitch. Let me stick you, I'm not gonna stick you in the blue folder because that wouldn't make sense. Let me stick you in, I think I have a skip the line folder. Oh, I do! Look at me, so well prepared. Serve your sentence, Selma, or face one of your jailers in a wizard duel. Okay, so that does remind me, so I am downloading Bun Bun's informations here, so we can start with that. But while I do that, I have a couple of housekeepings to fill you in on. So, first things first, I'm the realist. First things first, I'm not real. First things first, what do I even have to say? Oh, first things first, importantly, there is something very important that I'm supposed to alert you of this week, which is that we are looking to expand the mod team for the Shroom State. This is a really funny thing to follow up me saying I'm not real with. Very, very good combo, but for the sake of, you know, our mods are so lovely and so kind and so helpful to us, but they're all working out of just sheer kindness and wanting to volunteer for us, which I am so infinitely grateful for. I am always so appreciative of the mods, as we all are. But in the effort of making their lives a little bit easier and also broadening some of the, you know, eyes of the Shroom State, I am looking to increase the mod team. So, I am once again opening an application form. If you are interested, you are welcome to apply for it. If you are somebody who already attends most streams, or just like attends in general, or who's already just present in the Discord, I promise it is not that much work, thankfully. We have had so very few instances of anything occurring that has required any moderation really anywhere. It's very infrequent, but it's just nice, you know, having my eyes, I would say in the skies, but my eyes are in the ground All my shroommates, my substitute teachers, my mods, they're looking around. They're down low. They grow wherever they can. But if you would like to, I have dropped you the link to the application form there, if you so wish. Oh, see, there's Amber and Odgepodge. Give them big hug, please. Give them little heart. Thank you. I appreciate all of my fellas. You have a Discord? Yes, I do. Yeah, we're growing more eyes in my back, and by my back, I mean not mine. I just mean that there are going to be more substitute teachers keeping an eye on all of you. Which, yeah, flowers and mods, yes, exactly. So big heart for the mods, and big heart for also potential future mods. I am looking to add 2 Discord mods, 2 Twitch mods, and 3 YouTube mods. Right now, my YouTube mods are all presently living in a time zone that makes it very tough for them to appear during stream, although they do tend to check things after to some degree. So, yes, all different people, doesn't have to be. Right now, we have overlap. Amber is both a Twitch mod, right, hang on, I can actually check. I don't even remember who the overlap is. I think Amber and Billy are both mods in both Discord and on Twitch. Odgepodge, I think, is just Twitch. And then Reality is Discord and YouTube. So you can do 2. 3 would probably be too much, but you can be Twitch and Discord or YouTube and Discord if you would like. So, yes. What time zone be best? Can offer Central European over here. If you are available during the time of the streams, you are welcome to apply to be a YouTube or Twitch mod. And then for as far as time zone goes, it doesn't really matter for Discord. It's just check in when you have a free moment to do so. I usually comb through the Discord, so I will find if anything has gone amiss, if it's in less than 24 hours usually, but often the mods do beat me to it also. Very diligent they are, so yeah. So honestly, depending on what you would like to do, any time zone may or may not be just fine. And yeah, if you are just available for one day, that is also true. Since we have 2 or 3 more, it makes it easier for someone to always be here if not. And also, I do not expect any of the mods to be available every single stream for the entire stream or anything like that. Like, it is a volunteer position. You are here as you can be, and if you are somebody who was already planning to be here for, you know, the full time every day, it might be a good, you know, position for you to have, just because you'd already be here. But yeah, I appreciate any and all time you are willing to give. Do not feel pressured to apply if it is not something you have any particular interest in, but we would love to have you on board. So that was my first housekeep. Second housekeep, I actually have to like look at what I said in the announcements today. What were my other announcements? Oh, extra credit. Art fight continues, but now we also have a thread in the Discord server for posting your art fight attacks that you've made against the shroommates. So this month, for extra credit, the shroommates are taking on art fight. We are fighting each other. I have been so honored that so many of you are attacking me, and I love to see them, and honestly, I've been kind of like overwhelmed in my heart of like, there's so many EG drawings, ah! I'm very giggly about it. I've been very happy. Sitting on the couch, it'll like one will come through and I'll be like, oh, Joby! Billy, look! But the point of this event for this month is that I want you all to attack each other. I have received, I think, 28 attacks just this year, and I'm so unbelievably honored, and I'm trying to do as many revenges as I possibly can, but I don't think it'll be possible for me to get to every single one of them. However, I should fight each other. That was the whole point of me doing this. I want the shroommates to fight each other. I'm fighting some of the shroommates, and some of them only have like 1 or 2 attacks they've received this year. I want us to help increase that number. We should fight each other. And it's less scary to fight people you know to some degree where, you know, you already have that sort of of common ground of you're both shroommates to be interesting, and we can talk about the art we're working on together and all those kinds of things. You're Squiiji, you're the raid boss. No, I'm not. I'm your raid leader. We're all going to war together, and I'm just your captain. Colonel Squiiji. Colonel. Yeah. So you can attack me. That is okay. You are permitted. I'm not going to be upset. I promise. I will not be upset. How could I possibly be upset? People are drawing me out of the kindness of their hearts. That's wild. That's crazy. I will always be honored. But I want to see y'all attacking each other too. I want to see y'all attacking each other too. I posted Hoshi's art fight in the Discord because only 2 of us are following them. Thank you, Viruku. That was very kind of you. That's a good move. That's a good move. Yeah. It'd be nice to be able to post their art fight OCs in a thread as well, so people can see characters they might like to attack.
Did you know that if you put a
could.
wooden spoon on your pot while it's boiling water, the pot spoon water will the spill water pot, the boiling pot water steam spoon would?
Huh? If you oven the hot clothes in, oven out into the dishwasher, how does that one go? You alright, Gary? Did you interact with the cement too much? The cement glue? You alright? So shrimple? That's good. We should fight each other? Yes, the only way that I would permit it. The only way that I will permit it. Fight each other with art. If you would like, right now, I think some of the Shroomates and I also had posted in the current Shroomates Take on Art Fight thread the card that you make for Art Fight, because I think that's a really good way to sort of hunt and find designs that you like. So if you, by the card, I mean, it's like the thing that is like, I am Team Fossil, my name is Squiiji, here are my featured characters, I attack these things. That, if you've not posted your card of that in the Shroomates Take on Art Fight thread, you may want to do so, because I think that's a good way for people to spy on your characters and determine which ones they may or may not want to watch or want to draw themselves. So, also wait, another bunch of Gobble Dan and Tori Gates, thank you guys for following. Yeah. Strange, I'm sorry to say, I'm familiar with that issue, good luck. Hang on, shows me no message? It doesn't load properly, but my internet is stable. If you're not in the Discord server already, the link that Amber sent to that channel might not work. But if you are a member, or if you're not a member and you'd like to be a member, you can join. But if you're already a member, it should open it properly, because the link is working for me, oddly enough. Ha! Beat you to it alive! Oh, but I didn't meet you to join on YouTube. Good work. Thank you. Yeah, so, but then do also post in the other thread, the art fight attacks against Shroomates. Do post there your attacks that you have made, because in August at some point, I will be having a showcase stream. It may or may not be the dry run of my VR chat gallery. It may or may not be, depending. Right now I'm having immense problems with it, but with a couple weeks to work on it, it might be that. We'll see. I won't be able to hang every single thing in there, and it may be that your particular works that you made might cycle through in one frame, but we'll see. Wish me the best of luck. My Unity dev days are occurring presently. It's kind of working, it's just taking a while. But yeah, an art gallery. So you guys may be my funny little guinea pig test subjects with your art that you have made, and we'll have a little art fight gallery. Gallery night, and we can have a reception or something for the night that I show it off. But not to get your hopes up, it's kind of working right now, but it's not there yet. So hopefully I'll have that done by the end of the month, now that some of my other big projects are done. So yeah! Unity dev time. I already spend so many hours in Unity every week, so that just adds to it. You have 18 to apply as a mod? Unfortunately, I will say yes, just because as far as like responsibility things go with managing certain types of individuals, I would not feel okay with people who are under the age of 18 dealing with the potentials of having to witness what happens when hate raids may or may not occur. So for that reason, I am looking for some people who are over the age of 18, but you're welcome to apply once you are. I will probably still be here, and, you know, several years down the line, you know, the mods aren't probably gonna be here forever. They're here for however long they want to be, so we may cycle in some, cycle out some. The everlasting tide of Squiiji exists. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah, mods can be targets as well, so it is also a safety thing as well. I trust. Thankfully, we've had no issues that have been like major moderation problems here before yet. Knock on wood. Knocks on my own skull. But let's not jinx it. And I don't want to cause that an issue. Also, just being a beep auto disqualifying me. You may have to give up your nefarious ways. To be a mod. The mods are the defenders of me! You have to defend me! How are you gonna defend me if you're actively working for an organization that I don't approve of? That doesn't make sense! Head into work now? Bye, Incinda. Also, wait, hang on. Incinda is actually the final, not final, but one of the other notes here, which is that I have been observing as the Shroommates have been having some Commander Magic the Gathering nights, and I did post about it in the announcements that when Incinda has some of them planned for this week, which I believe is on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights, probably, I think, following the time that I would normally end stream. But I may or may not be showing up to at least observe, at least on one of those occasions. But I was going to ask, we have had before, you know, we used to have the Monday Barbie stuff going on in the server. I think Baroque was hosting that. And then now Incinda is hosting this. I was going to ask if you guys would like me to create there's a thing you can do in the server where you can like schedule events, I believe. And I was going to ask if you guys would like for me to schedule those things as events. That way they show up as things to like everyone. That way, if you're not in the gaming channel to see when Incinda's talking about scheduling them, or if you're not wherever the Barbie discussions are happening, then you can still find out. So I may create an event, like, not like event, like pitch area, but like somewhere where you can let me know if you are having a little event in the server that you would be welcoming other Shroommates to attend, a la Monday Barbie or Commander stuff. So I am going to look into how that works to see if that can occur and be helpful. I see people are saying it might be fun. So I'm gonna look into figuring that out, mayhaps. My understanding of technology, I find is lacking, but would like that? Sounds a good idea? Okay. So I will set up a little channel somewhere where you guys can pitch if you are hosting something of that kind. And then I can make them into events, or I guess the mods can make them into events too, but I'll probably be the one who is scrounging around, putting that together and all that. Just because I like you guys having little things to do. Incinda has noted that he does not have to be the only one planning Magic the Gathering. Other can indeed do so. Yes, this is also true. So that is aware. I'm unsure if I have permissions. I can update the permissions if that is the case. So I will look into doing those. Those are on my notes for the week. I think my final note, what was my, is this my final note? My mouse isn't working. Oh, there we go. I think my final note then also is that I did, in fact, pick my reading. I did, in fact, pick the reading that I'm going to do for the ASMR, and it'll maybe be posted this week, depending on how quickly I can edit it, but if not, it'll be posted next week. So if you need something to listen to, a nice little story, a nice little tale, then you will be able to listen in. So I got some bonus Squiiji this week. Finally, I guess also, is that Jubby is actually gone, currently. I am all alone for the next 2 weeks. Jubby is on a one of those classic US of A, we're doing like a big road trip across the whole country situations right now. Jubby left us with her friends for a photography project at like 2 in the morning on Saturday. So I'm all alone. I am so lonely. I'm not, I'm okay. But as a result of that, the time that I would normally spend going out and doing things with Jubby is now vacated. So there may be a rogue stream on Wednesday, maybe. There is a new emote base that came out, and I may work on emotes. Mari inspired me to add more emotes because I've been needing to. So I might do that maybe Wednesday if I'm feeling up to it, potentially. And also that also means that our hard end time of 6 is less hard, because usually I'm ending to hang with Joby. Now we just have to end when I'm hungry. Shroom never be alone in the mycelium network. That's true. I do live in a hive mind, so I won't be that. I will not be that. But yeah, so we will find out. What, are you guys still talking about the whether or not you can be a mod if you are a supporter of the word that we don't say? Safe travels to Jubby. I will pass them along. Somewhat tolerant of them, but has an unfavorable view of them because against IRL ones. Yes, that is more or less how I feel about it, about the situation. I tolerate the joke that occurs here. I'm goofy about it, it's fine. I'm not actually mad that you guys say that. but it's a good bit for me to be annoyed by it because I don't tolerate that kind of stuff IRL, and therefore I don't want it to actually become a real thing because that is confusing and not great. I'm not in favor of them. Is it anxious? Sometimes it's stressful being a mod. That's a good question for the mods. Mods, is it stressful being a mod? I've been a mod for other people before, and it wasn't particularly stressful for me because things were very calm. But I would say that it's, other than we've never really had any major event occur. That we've had a couple just very minor things where we've had to do some moderation in the Discord, and that might be the most stressful it is one-on-one in the Discord having to be like, hey, oh, the rules be good, but like, not really. Amber says I have not been stressed. Sometimes there's odd folks, but that's pretty easy. Yeah, I would say I don't think it's that stressful. I've done moderation work for other people before, not a Squiiji, but just previously in general. But yeah, it was usually generally pretty okay. Yeah, chat is pretty chill. So the roommates, like streamer, like community, you guys are pretty chill. I think partially also because I'm pretty chill. I think the vibe that I attract in people who are potentially interested in participating in this community tend to be like-minded folks for the most part. Every once in a while we get a funny little apple, funny little egg, but for the most part we're pretty chill. Everything's pretty relaxed, I would say, for the most part. Not stressful. I sometimes just feel bad when I miss streams. No, don't feel bad. I say head rotating. Don't feel bad. That goes for everyone. If mod or not, do not feel bad if you miss a stream. You have a life, and I want you to prioritize that. Touch grass, do the things you need to do. When you are here, I'm honored that you are spending the time with me, but please, please, prioritize your life. Prioritize doing the right things, doing the things that are right for you. I'm honored that you were willing to volunteer to spend time with me, but never feel bad when you can't. The shroommates and the attendants, shroommates are here precisely when they intend to be. We've got a very loose attendance policy. Everything's voluntary. Don't worry. The other day to miss come to the dentist. Well, I hope the dentist was well. I hope the dentist was swell. But actually, I think that was all the housekeeping I had prepared. So let me move us to the other room. It has been 43 minutes, and I did in fact yap. What can you do? It's me. What do you expect? It's the usual. I'm back. Last week at Monday, I was still sick. I'm finally like not so sick anymore, at least at this point. Yeah. Simple cleaning. Hell yeah. So let's teleport. Where's the room I want to be in? Here. I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. So we're gonna start with Bun Bun Cow. Oh wait, that's what I was supposed to be doing. I was supposed to be putting the info in here while I yapped, but I got distracted and just yapped. Ah, oh, classic EG move. What are you gonna do? Had to have blood drawn to miss the horse girls. A year of no missed class is gone. Don't worry about it, Riraku. Blood work is important to have done. I say as somebody who has to get blood work done twice a year, it's important to do, and it is an all-day event for me, so I do not blame you. Wrong Bun Bun. What? Hang on. What? Bun Bun, I think you might have misspelled your name. There's only 2 Bun Buns. Hang on. This one? But I don't have a more recent submission that I can see from you. Do a check-see fast quick. I'll do a refresh just to see. Intriguing. Do we have a rubric chan? We do. We'll start with rubric chan while Bun Bun does a little check to see, and then we can see if the forum has just decided to betray me, because that could also be a potential thing. I think it was Eldritch Jade Lee whose submission just got entirely eaten at some point. So if that is the case, we may just have to submit again. So, oh, I never took roll also, so let me do those things while we check. So, first, roll. Hey, roommates, who's here? Are you here for class? Did you make it? Are you here? Let's see. Let me scroll back to the beginning of the day. I see Kiwi Woo Wee. Wait, hang on. Kiwi Woo Wee Whoa. Bugs, Kelly the Tux, Nocturne, Jideo Hodgepodge, Mad Buns. Oh, Opal, I forgot to write it down Opal Opo, got it. Opal Opo, I did write it down. I thought I forgot. No, I wrote it down. Opal Opo, Edward, Alive to Thrive, Amber, Mars, Jacob, Craven Hoshi, Rusty Robot Factory, Bleak, Cotton Candy Floss, Wordy, Selma, lots of head pats happening. Fun Bun, Angel Kitty, Star Heron, Rand Daniel, Rex, Knife Wife. Ooh, there's a lot I gotta pick out. Southern Lights, Alpha the Chaotix, and somebody named Kate, thank you for following. Hello. Yes, to the new folks, you may redeem here using 1 spore. We have a channel point to redeem for it. Thank you, Amber, for reminding them. And then for YouTube fellas, I see Moss Cake, I see Callie, also Lilix. Hello. Hi. Happy late birthday, Moss. Oh, happy birthday, Moss. Was it your birthday? Did I miss a birthday event? You guys are always welcome to let me know when birthdays occur, and I can force all of the shroommates to sing, a la when you go out to eat at the TGI Fridays for your birthday and your parents secretly tell the staff, and then the staff come out and sing, and then you feel scared inside. If you want to subject yourself to that, you're welcome to do so. Birthday was last Wednesday. Well, happy birthday, Southern Lights, as well. Happy late birthdays. Sorry-chi, or Chari-chi? I'm so sorry if I'm not saying that correctly. But hello, I see you. Love to say I only slept for 3 hours. Oh, lordy, go to sleep. Go to bed, please. Happy birthday to, yeah, Moss Cake and Southern Lights. No RGB? Noted. I will turn that off also if that's not working. Oh, you're right, you know what? Tony G wasn't working at the end of last stream either. Excellent acceptance said refunding. Oh, no. Darn. It's okay, it happens to the best of us. Okay, so I'm gonna make an educated guess that if that doesn't work, Tony G is not gonna work, therefore also Cozy G won't work, Boxy G, Linguigi, RGB G. We saw Small G works, Glitchy G is not going to work. Boo, Google's not gonna work. Goo is probably not gonna work. Orb did work, we did try that. I don't know why Orb worked. Bonk worked, TEG worked. Loop did not. Okay, so apparently all you can do is torture me at this point. The only redeems that are functional at this point are just the torture ones. You can throw things at me to your heart's content. Apparently that's all Twitch is permitting you to do. Okay, thank you, Bon Bon. Let me refresh it and see if... Whoa. Form is being funny silly. Let me refresh it and see if it works. Hey! Hey! Wow! Hey! That was not me inviting you to attack me. That's just me alerting you of what the possibilities and options are. Okay. Oh my God. Wow, did you see the bat? The homing bat? Wait, listen, EG to the moon. Do you want me to count you in? Wow! Do you want me to count you in? Ow! Count in. Launch in 5. Nope. 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. I've handed you the launch codes, shrooms. What are you gonna do with them? Use them wisely. Wow! The bat is still homing. Why? Just the ladders getting thrown in as an extra bonus. Ow! Hey! I love that the bat is so determined. It's like, no, Squiiji. You think you can escape me? False. You can't run away. Even when you are flying through the sky, you still must suffer. How is the moon, Squiiji? It's made of cheese, but you'll never believe me. You'll never believe me, but it was made of cheese and it was very tasty. Walked in on the bully EG hour. Lance, that is in fact most hours, but hi, Lance. Oh dear, we've been doing this for quite a while. We've been doing this for a year at this point. Yeah, and Bonk does usually squeeze my head, but I think that's not working. You'll just have to deal with my head being impermeable to this attack at this time. Maybe it hurts less. Let me try Bun Bun. Whoa! It played the music twice that time. What is happening? Oh, Shark attacks us! Thank you for following. Oh wait, thank you for Prime subscribing, rather. Thank you. You only get one of those. So I'm honored that we'd use it for me. Stop! I'm trying to thank people! Stop throwing things at me! I really am the teacher getting tortured here. Stop! We love you here. Thanks! If you guys... you guys cared about me, you'd stop torturing me with objects. Technically, your head not being smushed from being the impact is actually going through worse, a la car doesn't crumple. Ah, Amber! Ow! Twitch chat's way of love. This is like, what do they say? Like, the like, not to bring this up, but like the, you know, I think it's misogynistic a little bit, the thing where little girls, a boy will have a crush on them and like bully them, and parents are like, he just likes you! Instead of the like, you know, reprimanding the child, because that's not how you show love, that's not how you show care or appreciation or support, is through, not through torture. It reminds me of that ever so slightly. I'm not mad at any of you, do not worry. If I was mad at you, I'd let you know. But I'm not mad. Bun, ooh, let's see, is this it? Is this the one? Let me do a copy paste. I actually can't do a copy paste, I lied. Hang on, download this. Kids do have no clue about their own motivations. That is true on some level. Let me see. Oh, Alive, thank you for the clip. For what? Did you clip me just getting like tossed entirely through the sky? Thanks. Am I using the wrong form? I don't think you are. I just wonder if the form is like totally like borked or something. Because it could be. The form could be just like totally rebelling against us right now. Try this. Is this it? I can send it on Discord. Is this the one? I think the form is confused. If this is the most recent one, it thinks this is number no, that's an old one. Huh? Okay. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not showing up. So, mayhaps can you stick it in live suggestions for me in the Discord server? If that would be possible. I am so sorry. I don't know what is going on with it. It's so goofy. Yeah, it's... that's the only response I have from you in here other than the one that we looked at on stream already. So here, I will close that and we will wait. While you do that, I should probably explain the rubric. That is a thing that I have not yet done that I should do. And I should also do Gamba and also Bingo. So we'll do it in that order. So first... here is our VTuber design critique form. We use this to be as objective as possible about the designs here. Spotted someone you recognize? Oh, intriguing. This is the VTuber design critique rubric. Try again, EG. Nice try. You almost had it there. Lock in. Here is the crit form. Like a true teacher, I have made it as objective as possible to remove as much of my bias from the equation as I can. You can be graded out of a potential high score of 10, although you can get up to 13 theoretically, though no one has done it. It has yet to happen. We've never hit the maximum score of 13 ever on stream. For each of the 5 categories, you can get up to 2 points. Those categories are color palette, silhouette. Wait, I don't have a hand. Shemates, can you give me a hand? What's going on? Why have my hands been stolen? Am I too short to reach? Oh, there's my hand. Hang on. I needed a step ladder, just real quick. I couldn't reach my own tablet. Got it. Okay, try again. Those categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, and concept motifs. I can also give bonus points. To get full credit for color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, and well executed, should work well at a distance. If I am slapping you with color layers or you're having contrast nightmares, then no points. For silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think Mario, think Sonic. The fact that we can identify who they are immediately just based on silhouette alone is what we are looking for in a VTuber design. Yes, this is still possible for anime style designs and you should be achieving it. You will get no points for silhouette if the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, or just otherwise not discernible in any manner. For complexity versus clarity, the model should be well balanced in terms of level of detail, and those details should support the concept and focal points without being excessive. I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plush without having to remove all of the essence that makes you you. Focal points. In order to get full points for focal points, the focal points should be well executed. The focal points being your face. You can have multiple focal points, but the face should be the primary focal point because that is how you form a connection with your viewers as the VTuber. You will get no points for focal points if they are fully lost due to low contrast, over detailing, or other competing areas of interest. And then finally, concept and motifs. The concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design. What this means is I should be able to... What this means is that I should be able to determine key information about you, such as your aesthetic style, your species, your occupation, your personality traits, maybe the kinds of things I can expect you to do on stream, perhaps. Some of this should be discernible, just visually. If I cannot determine these things, no points. There are also up to 3 bonus points I can reward, and I do so with these 2 at least sparingly. If you have a super compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, 1 bonus point. If you have a unique, exciting art style, 1 bonus point. And if I put you on the fridge, aka the thumbnail, or I just really strongly like your design, that's also a point. Yippee! Rubric! Also, I see, thank you for sending, let me open live suggestions. Wow, there we go. Okay, so I see the notes here. There we go. Okay, file, create new from clipboard. Got it. An imp that possessed a well-loved bunny plush because the underworld was boring and she wanted to experience the mortal realm. While possessing the stuffed animal, she learned about streamers and wanted to try it too. It seemed fun. I will agree, it is fun. Her current form came about because of her desire for a human form to stream with. However, her soul was already entangled with the essence of the bunny plush, so her form took on aspects of the plush. Don't worry, that is not awkwardly worded also. I'm really struggling with my makeup. I'm mostly satisfied with it now, but I'll take any tips or suggestions on how to make it look better. Other than that, just everyone's suggestions are welcome and appreciated. So, we did look at Bun Bun's design on stream during the charity crits before. Let me check and see, because I want to make sure I'm not rehashing things that we've already said. Wow, you're like right at the top here too. See where you were to see where you've gone from there. So this is where the design was previously when we had checked in with you. So it was unrendered, and I think you had said something about how you were trying to work kind of quickly in order to get it done on time. It seems like you have incorporated the bulk of the things that I had suggested too, with some of the recolors for clarity, I think, adding some more fluff, pulling out of some areas. I think I might have exaggerated your hands in some manner, or modified the ribbons, added a ribbon to the hair, went for the button eyes, which, hell yeah, very cute. The heart belt buckle, yeah, is really cute also. I'm trying to also see if there were any other specific changes to note. The button eyes I think is good, and also having them be the rotated pupil, almost like how goats and stuff like that have, is good. I think that works well thematically for you. Is there anything else that I should note that has changed here? I see there is now a like little fleshed out imp form. Look how cute. Look at this little guy. Look how conniving. This little creature seems like it might be up to no good. This is a good little scrunkly fella. Let's see, is there anything else to note that has changed? Bun Bun, you're welcome to tell me if there's anything of note also that you had changed since then. Oh, you did put the tag on it too with a little icon. Okay, that's so cute. I am so happy to see that you did incorporate all of the things that we had talked about into here. I am always so like, I don't get to experience this in life when I provide critiques to my IRL students. They don't listen to me. I suggest things to them and then they don't change it, and then they pretend they didn't know that I had said something that could be modified the next time we talk about it. So I'm like, it's strange that I am so thrilled that people make the changes that I suggest, but I'm so happy, I'm proud of you, thank you. And I am so excited to see them too. You even exaggerated more some of the things that I had suggested, which I am very here for. So, I think you had said specifically that you wanted feedback about the makeup. Because we were looking for some things to do around the eyes, I think, to make the eyes more focal. Right now, I do think that one yellow button is so focal. So focal. I cannot look away from it because it is the only thing that is so bold, and especially the only thing that is yellow. So it is doing kind of exactly what we needed it to do previously, because I think before, if I remember correctly, both of your eyes were yellow, but your face wasn't really pulling us in quite as much because it wasn't as exaggerated. So then having, you know, sort of the one button eye that has been sewn over to be replaced, you know, a well-loved plushie, you know, sometimes they take a little damage, as we can see you have. So I think that was moving us in the right direction. Changing the insides of the ears to match the fur, I think, was also a good move, as well as like darkening in some of where the spots were and stuff. Some of the fluff coming out in general, adding a nice little bit of asymmetry. Let me think. So as far as the makeup goes, I don't particularly have any issue with the way that the makeup looks to me right now. I'm imagining that the little hash lines on the face, I feel like if I'm remembering correctly, we had talked about them potentially being embroidered or feeling like they are embroidered just in some manner. But I can't recall if that was what was said, because I think we did draw them on here. They weren't on here previously. They were definitely somewhere in the layers of what I had added. Oh, and you added some light spots to the hair too. Yeah, so I think we just talked about potentially brightening up a little bit of areas of the face, adding a little bit of eye makeup. And I think you have done it. Yeah, absolutely killing it. What is bugging you about the eye makeup as it is right now? Because to me right now, it seems fine. It's very cute to me. The eye feels like you have one of those like very majestic, how would I say, like beauty vlogger, like I'm doing iridescent eye makeup today kinds of things, where it's a pretty ornate feeling, but it is nice. So it does make her feel a little bit like dressed up in a way. But what in particular is bugging you about it, or doesn't feel as thoroughly considered as you had hoped it would? Because right now to me, I'm not bugged. I think it's working a-okay. Don't actually wear makeup, and I guess I was just worried it didn't look right. This actually may be a situation where we may have to call upon the shroommates for this, because I don't wear normal people makeup. If I wear makeup, I wear like trad goth makeup. People might get to see me like that at Otakon, which will be very interesting. I don't know what mental picture you have of me in your head, but it's probably not me with like very strange eyeliner situations happening. So I love the foggiest idea how most other makeup works. Why do you find out what kind of style you want to go with? Looks good. Okay, looks cute. Also, do not wear makeup, so don't ask me. That's fair. Like, give me a specific reference for the makeup you're going for. That's also a good idea, is that if you are wondering if the makeup looks natural, it may be good to find an IRL look to reference. But I don't think this is, you know, screaming to any of us currently that it looks like something that wouldn't be doable with makeup or looks unusual for makeup. More or less looks fine to me. Those are inspired by K-pop, so I was trying to get inspo from that. Low-key, did I say this before? There is an outfit that Kehoe wears from P1 Harmony. I have to find this. I think it's for Killing It, that this does make me think of. He's like in like a pink fluffy shirt, and I bought a purple fluffy shirt because I was like, this is fashion. I love this. Have to find it. Kehoe P1 Harmony. I think it's Killing It. Is the right one? Potentially. Hang on. Am I right? Ah, show me the full look. Come on, these are all close-ups. It's the color. It's the same color. So yes, I see that inspiration as well. That does not surprise me to hear that that is inspiration. Man, I can't find a better picture of it than... Oh, there it is. Nope, that's really blurry. You just have to believe me. You have to look at this image and believe me. I know, like, the briefest thing about P1 Harmony, because they're one of the bands my sister likes, but pink, fluffy shirt, hell yeah. I am so here for it. Lurking? That's all good. Enjoy your lurk, Salma. Do not worry. So with darker skin, makeup can be a bit tricky. I've seen so many great videos and references that have helped me find the right makeup for me. That is good. I know that there are a lot of things that have really terrible opacity. So I can imagine that, because like some of them, because they are built, you know, the way that like watercolor paint is meant to work, where you are using the luminosity of the base underneath to support the pigment in some manner. But that don't work. That only works for like the palest of the pale people. When you have a very strong olivine undertone to your skin, suddenly you look like you are sick to your stomach all the time when you wear makeup because it comes through. Or if you have a darker complexion, then it's just not tinted enough to work. So I'm glad that there are some ones out there and that you're able to find some references that do help with that. But I do think bright eye makeup is also good here because of the contrast it does have with your skin tone, where it is really bringing us into the eye in a nice way. I'd make the parts closest to the eye whites a bit darker and warmer. Makes the eye really pop, and is what K-pop does. Leave the outer parts light to contrast with the skin tone. Ah, okay, hang on. So, bit darker and warmer. Oh, so it contrasts with the eye white, you're saying? Which is interesting because, okay, let me try that. Multiply. Warmer. So let me shift. When you're saying warmer, like the lower eyelid. Okay, when you're saying warmer, Virku, are you meaning that we should shift these pinks more red? So I can do that. Let me, whoop, hang on, that's opacity. Hang on. Whoop. Like in this area, potentially. Looks a little Gyaru, like with the lighter makeup around the eyes. I could see that as well, because we do tend to think of, like, Gyaru makeup as being very high contrast also. Is this the right region? Question mark? I can blur this out, because right now that's a little bit strong in the transition, and I can also make it even darker if necessary. But I just want to see if that was, like, where you were talking about. Confused is why I recognize this one, but yeah, we did look at Bun Bun before, yeah. Oh wait, here, I can close. We don't need the previous version open any longer. Monet sounds from bed. Thank you for following. Keep it narrow so the other parts stay bright. Ah, okay. Oh, wait, you're right. From a distance, that does have an interesting effect where it does increase the contrast of the eye white, but I can still tell that there's makeup from a distance, so that might be good. Hey, why are you throwing hands already? See what they mean? Yeah, warm undertone, yeah, it does help. Thank you, Riraku. I am so glad that we always, the breadth of skills that we have within the shroom state is always such a relief to me, because in the gaps of my knowledge are where you all live to some degree. A lot of you have skills or knowledge that I lack, so I'm so glad that the Hive Mind shows up and shows out to help out for these, where I wouldn't have known to suggest that because I don't know how IRL makeup works. But thank you, Riraku. My fashion fungi is always coming through. Yeah, Riraku, makeup master, also Lolita master, also hairstyle master. If you really wanted to, you can make the eye whites brighter or slightly pink. You could even make the eye whites bluer. That tends to be something that I do sometimes as well, because for some reason, I actually don't know what the color theory reason for this is, but when you make whites really blue in illustration, it makes them feel so much brighter. So like, this is too much right now. But if I do that, do you see how it's popping more, which is so strange? Yeah, it makes it look whiter somehow, which is one of those funny things that there are actually bleaches meant to be used on white clothes that contain the tiniest little bit of blue dye in them, which is very interesting. Adding the aiguisol makeup can emphasize the eye and add a dolly effect. I don't know that word. Let me Google this term. A-G-Y-U-E-S-O-L? Makeup. Let's see. Oh, so that's like adding more depth to like the crease under the eye? Is that what that is? Oh, I've spelled it completely irrevocably wrong. Exactly. Oh, okay. Same with dog shampoo. There's blue and one's for whitening. Yeah, it's for toning. Yeah. Deep set hooded eyes. My goal is always to brighten and make my eyes pop. Ah, intriguing. Okay. All right. So, with that in mind, should I do more down here? Where we create that, hang on. We create a darker and even like that maybe. Darker, even warmer area here that is then blended out? Or was it enough the way I had it before? Because I could go like this. And then let me make it. This transition area. For fabrics, they tend to yellow with age, and so yeah, that is also true. Blue dye will cancel out the yellow and make it look like it's gotten whiter. Don't know how it works with drawing though. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, is that in real life, we're trying to cancel things out, which is why it ends up working, but we're not really canceling out yellowness in a drawing, so I also don't fully understand why it works, but it seems to. It is definitely some kind of color thing. Hold up, we forget Gamba. You're so right. Hang on, we actually forgot Gamba and Bingo. I said I wouldn't, and then I did. Ah, more towards the middle end. Oh, okay, whoopsie. So like, hang on. This, let me correct this, and then we will do Gamba Bingo. So like, in this area, perhaps. And then let me blend it. There we go. Make my little blend. It's like there, potentially. I'm putting this on my mod resume. You can. Well, it's a light spectrum thing? No. Is it? I mean, for this design, I can tell you that blue is going to work to feel bright and contrasty because the skin is much warmer. So maybe that is generally why it works. Because, you know, overwhelmingly, just in general, even if you have a cool undertone to your skin, you're usually still pretty warm in the grand scheme of just colors in general. So maybe? Then they tend to add a little highlight in the part between the eye and the contour. So like they add a little highlight like normal add glow like here? Hang on. Like here? Potentially? Is that what you're saying? Like how blue feels brighter than yellow regardless of genuine luminosity. Intriguing. I actually don't know, and I feel like I should actually know way more about like the theory of how light works given my chem degree. And also some of the greater amounts of time I have spent in art, but maybe I'll add that to my potential research that I am doing. I've been doing some research into redeveloping my art style because I was discontent with it and I wasn't having fun with it. Oh, wait, hang on. That makes the eye feel very intense. Yeah, this eye is feeling more intense from having done all of these things to it. And the makeup does also feel a little bit more natural. Yeah. Yes. If you have warm tone eyes, blue and cool tones make your eyes look brighter. If you have blue eyes, reds and oranges make them look brighter. Oh, interesting. Okay, learning color theory as far as makeup goes, because what is makeup if not also painting on your face to some degree? That's how I teach Joby, at least, how to color cancel like stuff. Joby wears makeup also from time to time. Joby actually wears makeup, I think, more than I do, theoretically. Sometimes. I do Joby's makeup most of the time when Joby's wearing it, but that's interesting. Okay, so before I forget, let's play bingo! Let's do bingo. Thank you for orbing me. We can play bingo. That's the thing we can do. We're capable of it. Yippee! Will I win this week? Yeah, it is just bingo. It's in the stream title, I think. Let me pin that. Whap. For now, yeah. Yeah, manually pin at the end, and then I'll pin this here. Also, there we go. Very good. And then, secondarily, we are going to... prediction. It's okay, I can't read. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I am not the most observant, let me tell you. I did have somebody tell me that at the bottom of the page in the Umusume wiki, they do just give you the horse, like the actual real horse, and I was like, you're kidding. I overlooked it and pulled a bunch of imposter horses when they gave me the horse. Are you kidding me? I'm blind also. Observancy is a good skill to have, but I do misuse mine. Or not misuse, I don't always use it for the when I need to. Nope, it's not a Q&A. Thank you though, YouTube. That's okay. Try again. Poll. Ah, whoop. How? Nope. Wow, spelling. How many designs will I get through? Nope. Will Squiiji get through? Whap. Okay. Our answer options are 4, 5. Nope. It started the poll. Those aren't your options. Try again. End the poll. YouTube, why are you fighting me? I hit the option to add another option, and it like moved where the window was. I clicked start poll. 6, 7. Now we start. Very good. Big money, no whammies. Big money, no whammies. Might be over hopeful today with 6. No. We're gonna lock in. We will lock in. We will get through 6. Trust and believe. We're gonna fight for Ruku's eyes. Do you want Ruku's physical eyes or just want Ruku to look at things? Because both of those are probably helpful, I would imagine. All the softwares are warring. They really are. I never have more than a day without some kind of major betrayal event of some kind of software. What can you do? Okay, so for the makeup, Bun, do you feel satisfied with what we had said about the makeup here? Because for me, the makeup wasn't really bugging me as was, but I do think we may have found some ways we can still like further fine tune it, just, you know, based on some real life ways that makeup works. So hopefully that partially satisfies it. I think the color of the lips is nice, and the fact that it matches with the blush is also good, because once again, we're adding another color that isn't super present anywhere else in the design outside of the face. And then the increased level of detail that your hair is having, and your hair feels very much like yarn in the way that it's separated into dreads right now, which I think relates back to being a nice little stuffed creature and all of that, is working very well. Level of detail is good for focal point, so I'm gonna start grading you to some degree, because we've already graded you before, and you took into account all the things I said as far as I can tell. So let's see. Unless there were other questions that you had, because you did pay 60K in spores for this, so I want to make sure it feels like you're getting as much out of this as you intended. But overwhelmingly, I can say you did everything that I had hoped you would. So, color palette. You solved the color palette issues that I was having. 60? Yeah, I think it costs, what, 50 or 60K spores to have an immediate skip the line? I believe. I think. Am I right? I might be wrong. I believe that's what it is, though. Let me move you to the front also, so that way I don't lose what it is. 50K. Oh, okay, 50K. Sorry, I was off by 10K. That's a pretty big amount. So, color palette. I think the color palette issue I was having with the ears behind the body and some of the things sort of blending into each other has been handled. The hair has been fully elucidated to me. No contrast issues. The color palette is very pleasing to look at. Purple, pink, warm browns, and yellow. Very good. You've got a little bit of somewhat of a complementary palette happening with the gold, which is why it sticks out and looks so nice. But pink adds another nice touch. Good variety of hues. It's good. Honestly, no concern. Whoops, hang on. Draw with the drawing implement. Thanks, good. For silhouette, you did give me something transparent, so I can test your silhouette really quick here. I don't think it's probably changed that incredibly much since I last saw it, but your gloves are so good for silhouette. The ears are nice for silhouette, your big tall horns, your fluffy shaggy boots. Good. We got a couple just little pops of asymmetry. I wish that there maybe was just a little bit more, but I am happy that there are some very naturally included elements of it. And when we look at the outfit itself, it is quite asymmetrical. Like, we've got the tag on this side, the big chunky belt that leans to one side, and the fluff counterweighting it. Some of the little tears, the big button eye, the ribbon coming off of the horn. Like, you feel comfortably asymmetrical in a way that is not going outside the realm of what we would expect in real life. It doesn't feel like it's kind of shoot in. Might like just like a little bit more of it touching the silhouette. A little bit more of it. But that might be super picky of me. I think it's probably fine the way that it is, honestly. For silhouette. I think you're very identifiable. For complexity versus clarity, I think you're at pretty much the exact right level of detail. I might have said this before, but the fact that you are based off of something that is already chibi in its shape and execution, I think is working wonders for you, because you've already sort of pared down what this design needs to say to its essence just by having this. So we're not doing an overwhelming amount of detail. The nice little bit of like texture that we have isn't overwhelming. I think I said before, smart just using real jeans. So smart, because we can't tell from a distance, but it feels so convincingly like jean. Smart. But the level of detail that you have here, perfect. I would say that the increased detail on the face is good. We do want to have that upper half of the body focus for VTuber design. It's working out for me. Focal points, I am looking you right in the face. And then if I were to look at you in terms of what your concept is, I think last time we said that we had no trouble determining what you are intending to be. You've got horns, which makes you a demon. The big claws, adding some sharpness to an otherwise very soft and round shape language, adds that nice little bit of edge that we need. Some of the fluff spilling from things further pushes the vibe that, you know, while it is cute, things may not be as they appear. There might be something darker lurking beneath the surface here. Good repetition of some motifs and the ribbons repeating throughout. Some little flecks of gold, accessories. Hearts is a repeating motif as well. Yeah, Congrats. Congrats, you've done it. You did all the things that I had asked you to do, and I think it very effectively. What? You got a 10 out of 10. Congrats. Hell yeah. I'm proud of you. The only things that I have left to critique on this design would be so incredibly nitpicky that they're not useful, and they're probably just personal things anyway. So I think this is fully deserving. Round of applause. Please dump more of them on here. I did kind of foreshadow it earlier by saying that you did everything that I'd intended for you to do. And you were already, what, like an 8.5 out of 10, which is a very high, very respectable grade already. Fantastic work. Great revisions. This is why it's worth iterating on stuff. Good work! I'm glad we're getting a nice big giant round of applause here. I'll clap once I rate the 10. Thank you, Squiiji and everyone. Of course! Thank you, Shemates, for adding the little notes about makeup and stuff like that. I'm glad to be learning here as well some things, but... Good work! Let me save this and then we can keep moving. Your Orpal. It would have been really funny if you would have claimed it last week when we did purple designs. Where is this? Is this in... Yeah, skip the line. There we go. This is fun. There we go. Woo, Nat 10! You get to join the very exclusive club of Nat 10s in the VTuber design critiques. I don't remember who all is in that club right now. I know Cable Gore is there. Who else? There's a handful. Very small handful. I'm not even in the club. So exclusive, the club I have created, that I'm not even a member. I know, procrastinating last week. That's okay. Don't worry about it. It just would have been funny if it happened to align that way. But now we should move into blue. And I promise that they are blue. The thumbnail is kind of funny because despite the fact that these character designs are mostly blue, a lot of them didn't have blue on their head. It was like all in the clothing, which they are following one of my favorite design tropes, which is contrasting color for hair, therefore making the head a focal point. But it was kind of funny putting that together in that manner. We have a Hall of Fame section in the digital gallery for the 10 out of 10s. I'm sure we could if I were to make, you know, other rooms for it. But you know what I also just realized is that I can... where is it? I can check the fantastic document that Incinda has been working on to see how many 10s there are. Hang on, so if I go like this, wait, hang on. Ooh, what happened? Did something happen to the document? It seems like a bunch of stuff is missing. Oh, Ren has a 10. Nimbu has a 10, but I don't know if those were Nat 10s or not. I don't think Ren is, because Ren was on Fridge. But Nimbu might be a 10. There's a couple ones where it's not documented earlier, but I think since then, I think Nimbu was the previously most recent 10 we had given. We had a bunch of 9.5s recently too. Okay, let's get started on this one. By the way, did you ever send the last of the charity critique PNGs? The last of them? What do you mean the last of them? I drew you for one moss cake. Did you see it? I recently found Riraku and Anna May who had not sent it. Yeah, I never found mine? Huh? Yours is in there, I swear. I did make you. I can check that right now fast quick. It should be in this folder, or did I not send it? Yeah, it's right here. It's in the Little Pixel Art Fellows folder. In the Discord, no, the recent ones? No, the recent ones. Oh? I'm not sure what you're talking about. The critique? Oh, the critique where I had, as in posting the PNGs from the critique of the things that I had modified from, that might have been one of the charity crits? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure I'm following you. I may be failing to see. Uh-oh, maybe I should go bald? What? Don't go bald. I mean, you can if you really want to. I can go bald, but not right now. I don't think I can go bald right now. I think if you tried to make me go bald, my hair would stay. Potentially. Yeah, the last stream's peeps never got posted. Oh, did they not? Hang on, I will write myself a note for that. That was, I think, the final charity stream. Post, final, charity, stream, PNGs. you. I definitely totally forgot. I am so sorry about that. Sorry, I made it confusing. You're good. My reading comprehension isn't always fantastic. I was thinking of like 2 different other things. My mind was just in other places. But thank you for letting me know. I can check and make sure that those end up in there. I didn't realize. Shroom head full of holes. Just a little bit. But here we have Fuji, our first blue fella of the day. Yeah, communication over text is hard. Communication audibly is just as hard, honestly, for me, but it ain't easy. Ain't easy being cheesy. Fuji, she, her. I am Fuji Muji. Fuji is a star who fell into the Earth, got sucked into the Earth's stratosphere because she was curious about the people on her way traveling to another galaxy. She fell in love with Earth and decided to stay to learn about the people and the culture. She first appeared to be androgynous because stars have no gender. Truth! But she began to adopt a more feminine appearance and style because they're cuter. Honestly, fair. Coming down to Earth and deciding, I like the girlies, I want to be one. Understandable. She's calm and collected with a sister-like personality. She appears to be in her late 20s, but the actual age is unknown. I'd like to hear any comments you have. Thank you. Ah, I see. I see. Haven't even done so far. Oh, today? This is the 2nd. Cheesy, I have a question for you. Cheesy, I have a question for you. Your design is in some area, but you hadn't debuted it, I think, and you had marked it as not being able to be shown on stream. Has it? I believe I've seen it outside of the critique submission form. Has that position on it changed? Sorry to tangent us just very quickly again, but you are also blue, and I think I had removed you from the folder because it said no for showing on stream, but if that has changed since your design is public now, do let me know. Here, I will keep an eye out. I take consideration stars being genderless for my lore. Haha, Lance, give me your gender, it's mine now, you can't have it. You're not permitted as an amorphous nebula. You don't get to have one. Not permitted. Gender theft here at the EG stream. This is funny. There's gonna be some envies here today, I think, but you can't have it. Nah. I can't wait to tell all of the mushroom VTubers that they don't have genders. I should let them know. Give them a fair warning. But, anyways, this I put a background on because it was innately on a white background, and with how pastel it was, I was like, this is not doing the favors that it could be. Needs a little bit more. A dark background for contrast is good. Also, I am not she, I am they. Just you wait till I get more humanoid form, hee. What do you mean? Just wait, because then I can steal your gender again? Noted, thanks, I'll keep that in mind. You're not permitted to have one. I don't have no gender, I have all the genders. I have stolen them from all of you, and I am creating the ultimate of evil genders. I am creating the conglomeration to end all genders. And every time you complain, I invent 5 more genders. Oh god, you can do that? Yeah, I can, I'm an eldritch being. I have control over many things. Hypergender! No! That's what I'll do as your Dark Overlord. When Eldritch EG reaches their peak function, you're just gonna wake up one day and be like, something's different. It's not gonna feel like anything changed in particular. But your gender is gone, and you just need to know that. Genderinator. Dr. Doofenshmirtz. It matches the Genderinator. It's like the Death Star of gender. Yeah, I'm gonna sit up in the clouds in my funny sphere that can shoot lasers. And instead of shooting things, it's like a tractor beam, and I'm sucking all of the gender out of everyone. I'm the comedy villain that conservatives are afraid of. It's me. Whenever people say, they are doing this, they are causing that, it's me. It's me, I'm they. I'm the they they're referencing. And I use that bit constantly. Yes, the sphere does look like that. I'm so glad you noticed. And because I'm rotating and the beams are coming out of the eyes, I'm able to fully maximize the area in which I am able to draw in my evil gender powers. Joke's on you, my skeleton OC's gender is bone? No, it's not, because it's mine now. Thank you. Thank you for the gift. And the Genderinator gets released and everyone's more confused. But here's the problem. I'm gonna hit you with the Genderinator and none of you you're not gonna feel it, and nothing's gonna feel any different. You won't even know it's gone, I promise. Just give them to me. Come on. Phoenix of Heart, thank you for following. I'm going down an interesting tangent here, but this is a good lore thing to write down. If I ever need to go on my, like, villain route, I think I will become a Dr. Doofenshmirtz-esque inventor. And only do things like that. I will zap people with beams that makes them spin, and I will probably tractor beam people's gender from them, and that is it. Big question, where's the self-destruct button placed in the Genderinator? That's for me to know and you to find out. Wouldn't you like to know? Ha, why would I tell you? You have to break on into my highly guarded planet and steal the plans to the Genderinator to find where the tiny little shaft is that you can blast spores into in order to disable it. Ironic then that I'm a purposely gendered lady. See, that's fair. That's why I wouldn't want to actually lean too far into this, because misgendering people and calling people they, them, when they have pronouns that are she, her, he, him, is still misgendering. But just for the bit, I am stealing. In reality, don't do that to people. Don't neutral gender everyone if they have not decided and told you that that is what they wish to be called. Oh, what an interesting time to show up, Bill. Hello. I have just been telling the shroommates of my evil plan to steal all of their genders with my Genderinator. We're trying to do VTuber design critiques, but I am very distracted. Shroommates, can you rotate for the raiders, please? Hi, Plumies, how are you? Hoot hoot, have you thought of a greeting phrase yet? No, I have not. I have not. Every time you check in, I'm like, another week has passed that I have not found a good greeting to use. My greeting to you is, hi, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, also art educator. Today we're doing VTuber design critiques and we're looking at blue VTubers. No need to feel blue today on this lovely Monday. Or we are looking at VTuber designs and they're lovely. We just gave a 10 out of 10, a natural 10 out of 10, which is crazy. Good work, bun bun. Whoops, hang on, things are opening accidentally. But we were trying to move on and I got really distracted becoming Dr. Doofenshmirtz. How did we even get there? I don't know how we got to that conversation, but hello. Wait, not that being your raid message, not all of the Plumies calling me out for not having a message. Stealing is more L-y wrong. You come into my house and you out pun me, that's crazy. But it is welcome because the shroommates actually do that every day. Can't steal if I've misplaced it, that's true. Maybe I already stole it and that's why you misplaced it. In the raid message? Yeah! Wait, you already have a pun in the... Or is it not taking up much room in your thoughts right now? I can't believe you've done this to me. Phil, why have you done this to me? One day I'll come up with one. One day I will come up with one. I promise, I swear. But recently I've been very distracted finally getting to start Art Fight and I have not done any of the other housekeeping that I should. But hello, how was your stream? What were you up to? What were you doing? Shroommates, if you're unfamiliar, which I doubt is possible at this point. If you're unfamiliar with Vil is a fella from the Corporation of Globey and is a fellow artist and character designer. Vil also hosts some nice little character design challenges every month, the same way that we do for extra credits. And I participate in as many of them as I feasibly can, and you should too, maybe if you'd like. That's just give your size, not of my own choice. Huh? Can't help it, I look down on you. Wait, wait. Hang on, is it this one? Yeah. Who's looking down now? Who's looking down on who now? You think you're a big guy? You think you're the big guy? I can see what the top of the fridge looks like now. No! Shroommates, you can't keep me down. I'm too powerful. The shroommates are trying to nerf me. They took my kneecaps. They said you really can't look down, you're not allowed. I was permitted 30 seconds to be taller than you. Hang on, I'll have to break the stool back out. Wow! I have to break. Okay, never mind, I can't break the stool out. They've decided to hang me up here in front of the whole class and torture me. Thanks. Take your kneecaps and keep your cap. Oh, it's fine. It's fine, I'm being tortured. Vil, I hope you had a good stream. What were you doing? I say, checking my inbox already to see if you have innately delivered art tax to me. I don't see it here. You know the drill. If you were doing art, please let us see. Please save me from my suffering by letting me see what you're up to. Date everything today? Oh, okay. Okay. Is there a new best fella? Hope it was fun though. Hope you had a good time. Is there a new best fella? I've been seeing a lot of the tier lists for the game, and also finding out that the entire voice cast of Miraculous Ladybug is in that game. It may have an update, though not sure. Not sure. Unclear. Interesting. Okay. You're not sure if you have an update. If you have an update, you can share. Wow! Still getting launched, thanks. You don't have to, I'll check. Okay. Oh, an update on your other drawing. If you had an update on it, you are welcome to share that with us, yes. Sorry, I wasn't figuring out what you meant. I thought you meant you were unsure if you had an update about the best characters in Date Everything. But for Plumies who have arrived, if you need to do things like eating or drinking or snork me meeing, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, we appreciate it. But I would ask that you prioritize looking after yourselves. But the English voice cast is in Date Everything? It is. They are. The VA for, I think, Marinette might be the only, Christina V, I don't know if it's in it, but I believe the voice is for Adrian and also, what is the father's name? I can't think of his name right now. He's in it, and then the guy who voices Luca is also in it. There's a bunch of them. There's a lot of really good voice actors in that game, which is insanity. It's crazy. Yeah. Gabriel, yes, I believe Gabriel's VA is in it also. Sorry, my brain was only suggesting Hawkmoth. And that's not what his name is. Sorry, spoiler. Adrian is literally everywhere though, yes. Is it Adrian who also voices Zidane from Final Fantasy? Like, he's in like all things. That might have been before. Bryce Papenbrook, yes. Christina V is in there. Oh, is she? I wasn't sure if she was, but she might be. People did pick up on Bryce, I think, pretty quickly. I saw a stream clip. I think it might have been, was it Claude from Niji Sanji? One of the Niji Sanji fellas played the game and immediately was like, Bryce. I'm terrible. I don't have that skill. I have auditory processing trouble, so I can't hear. But anyways, I will keep an eye out in case Vil is delivering unto us art tax. But if not, do not fret. We'll keep an eye out. Okay, now you're ready the most recent? It's all good. I will avidly await future updates, but if you have any other art that you work on, you are welcome to share that with us as well, if you would like. He's another Michael Kovac and VA stuff. What? Bryce jump scare. Yeah, a little bit. I get like Johnny Young Bosch jump scare. Wouldn't it be wild if he was in that game? That would actually slant me in the direction of wanting to play the game myself a little more if he was. I just like to support everything that man does. Put Vash in the game. Put Vash in every game, even. Never being everywhere, especially in indie animation. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's fair. Anyways, love me some JYB. Yeah! Well, the future update will be on Sunday, when the feature stream goes live. I guess that's probably true. Hey, guess what? Mine's almost done. I can't show you it because it's not done enough, but it is almost done. So will this be another one where I accidentally posted the morning of? Maybe, we'll see. But where? On the Wilhelm Vanderboss channel. Yeah, sure mates, if you're curious to see just miscellaneous objects turned into some very cool Gajinkas, you should, I guess, snoop on the Wilhelm Vanderboss channel. I will be snooping. I'll be there. You should also be there. I will be completing art. Theoretically, maybe, I think, Wednesday? We'll find out. Fido Sensei, we'd love to see your entry. Yeah! I've started 2 and I have to pick one that I'm gonna finish because I don't think I'll be able to finish both. So that's more so why I'm not done yet. I took on, I like to bite off more than I can chew. I'm just little. I only am the size of 3 blueberries. So even a regular size bite for you is a big old bite for me sometimes. I bite off more than I can chew. Take care, Squiiji. Thank you. You too, Vil. Enjoy your evening. So, to lock back in once more. Man, you guys were like, will we get through 6? I thought we would, but here's the thing. I don't have to end stream at 6, so yes, we will. Yes, we will. Bob the Builder. Yes, we can. Yeah, jump scares happen to me, but it's Alejandro Saab. Yes. That's one. I get jump scared. Alex Lee jump scares me because I can identify his voice. He's one of the very few who I can identify, so I get jump scared by him. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any other ones that I get jump scared by who are in multiple things, but I can't think of any right now. Ron Perlman. Ron Perlman, does he voice in a lot of stuff? I can't, he's in a lot of movies, and I am always surprised to see him in the movies. But yeah, okay, hang on. So, Fuji, I see the star motif. Anyways, I'm gonna reread this. Lock back in, true mates. Alive to thrive, where are the keys? Can I have the keys? Can I borrow them? I need them. These Slating Teen Titans? What in the world? Locking in, locking in. EG, your chat is so charming and funny and silly and has so many good things to say, but you gotta read things. Lock in, lock in. Star who fell to the earth. Okay, yeah, fell in love with Earth, decided to stay. Appeared to be androgynous, but now it's more feminine. Calm, collected. Yes, okay, got it. I'm back. I've found it. Ancient pack levels of layering and floaty. Yes. I think that this is one of the stronger examples of pastel that I've seen. I still have a little bit of clarity trouble here, which I think is just resulting from the fact that we need a little bit more drop shadow for clarity. But as far as the color design goes, these pastel blues and purples and like almost like teals we have, the yellow of the skirt, it's a very visually enjoyable color palette here. It's a little bit of eye candy in terms of color design. But I do think that for clarity's sake, we do need some drop shadows because I, for one, am at least having some trouble discerning specifically the edge of this jacket here against the skirt, because I think they're just using too similar of colors. So like if I come down like this under the belt buckle, don't worry, I'll turn it down, bear with me. Also, I have not made any attempts at doing any of my bingo, so I will have to update that here in a second too, potentially, probably, maybe. EG adds drop shadows, check, yes, exactly. That is what made me think of it, was I was like, oh, yep, the bingo will love this. The bingo loves to see me coming with the drop shadows. But like, you know, back here where we're behind the body might be good places to have a little bit more shadow, potentially. Let me turn it down so it's not as intense, like that. Because we still want this to feel like nice and bright and pastel, but I think we just need a little more drop shadow. And you may want your drop shadows to relate more to the colors that you have here than what I'm picking. I've just picked one color. But already I think that's helping with some of it. I might even say, like, come in here. Just give us a greater sense of depth in this design, because I feel like the face feels like it has some depth to it, but the rest is a little bit flat to me. And honestly, something I've become recently more and more of a fan of in anime style design is the head casting a shadow on the shoulders. So right now the head is casting just this little tiny shadow under the neck, but you can cast a bigger shadow under the head, and sometimes that really helps to pull the face even more forward to us, where it just adds a greater sense of depth. You see that? Now the head's coming out at us. This is just like a rendering hack, mayhaps. So just even like increase these because there's a lot of mass there. Like this could probably use a drop shadow under it as well. I'm not doing a super clean job with these, but just so that you can get sort of a little bit of evidence. Ooh, there's like all this cascading fabric here too. I know that it's partially transparent, but I think it might just need a little bit more shading on it so that I can tell that that's what's happening from a distance, because it is getting a little bit visually confusing without it. And then I believe this object is actually on top, so I think the shading just needs to be intensified a little bit. So that way I can tell that this is on top of all these other things, or at least where it is. It's not entirely on top, but I think it's reading a bit better now. Like this. And for the hair, I think we could do something similar, because the range of values in the hair doesn't actually change very much, especially as we go into areas that would be a little bit more in shadow, like the area of the hair behind the head. So we could push some of this back as well, I think, to good effect. So let me just shade this over right now real quick. Probably want to shade this with a color that's not dark purple, but just so we can see as far as value goes, I'm just going to do it this way for now. Golden Moir, thank you for following. Also, hi Eraser. Went to take a shower. Welcome back. I think most of what you missed was me getting launched into the sky and stealing the genders of all the shroommates. So I guess congrats, Nano. I guess you keep yours. My evil stint has temporarily ended, so the genderinator has been put away for the time being. Don't start thinking you're all safe now. But it has been put away for a minute at least. So right now I'm just kind of chunking some things in to clarify the edges of objects. Definitely shade with colors that relate more to what they're touching. Let's see. But do you see the greater sense of depth that we're getting now also around the head from having pushed some stuff back? I don't know why I'm using such a small brush. This would be going much faster if I used a reasonable sized brush, but I'm gonna be stubborn for the next 30 seconds and just commit to continuing to use it. Because what am I, if not stubborn? What is your squeegee without a little bit of stubbornness? Yeah. So. Drop shadows, no drop shadows. We need a little bit of them. Similarly, I do think that we need a little bit more shading probably under the hair, which I will do with the color that's already there. Maybe, just because the undertone of the skin and the undertone of the head is so similar. Actually, that's not even working, because it's still too similar. I might need to just darken the ends of the hair a little bit. Normal, multiply. It's just, they are very similar in their hue, and they are very similar in how dark they are. I won't make them this dark, just so I can see. It's just so that we have a little more contrast around the face. I'll blur it out. Yep. New EG noise unlock every week. There. So it doesn't have to be something extreme, but I think honestly that might even be, yeah. I think that's enough. And you know what's gorge? Pastel pink and blue and yellow character? Iono from Pokemon. I don't know that one. Dark blue could fit for Galaxy feel since she's a star. That's true. I had gone for a dark purple because I also think of that with sort of Galaxy inspired colors, but that could also work well. Honestly, they could still also just go for the classic, you know, we pick this color, we make it a little bit darker, make it a little more saturated, and then hue shift a little bit. Classic. Iono is the streamer gym leader? They have streamers in Pokemon. I guess that shouldn't come as a surprise to me, maybe. I've not heard of that particular gym leader. Is that from one of the more recent games? I don't think I've played a new Pokemon game since Moon came out, potentially. Unclear though. But anyways, contrast. We need a little bit more. For clarity's sake, I wasn't able to read things as well as I could have. The palette itself is beautiful, but I am having some pretty decent clarity issues with the clothing and with the hair against the face. So, 1 point there. For silhouette, on the other hand, there's actually a lot of very, like, small positive-negative space interplay happening here. The silhouette is really wide here, and then even wider down by the knees when the jacket's on. This is a fun jacket silhouette with the way that the sleeves are cascading, the collar is sticking out. It's very exaggerated, which I'm here for. I do have my usual critique, which is that the hair, because it's exactly mirrored, is just a little too stiff, which is something that, you know, even if we just repositioned a couple of these strands, like point this one down instead of out, just a couple of them, if they were repositioned just a little bit, would help to loosen things up and add just a little bit of sort of natural feeling asymmetry to the design here. Like, what if this came out here instead? What if this one wasn't here? Just so that it feels a little bit more natural. Because right now it's just a little bit stiff from being perfectly mirrored. So it looks like a shooting star if you turn it to the side. Wait, you are so right. Flying through the stars! Look at this! This is kind of star-shaped. It's not like a perfect star, but I do see what you mean. That's very interesting. I'm here for it. Scarlet and Violet have the, you know, the electric gym leader and streamer. Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. But yeah, so for silhouette, on the version where we don't have the jacket on as well, there's all these very interesting floaty, dangly crystal objects that I think are adding some of that sort of like levitation, ethereal, like bright feeling to the design, but they're also adding some interest to the silhouette as well, because they all stick out and add to it. There's a very thin halo around the head, which I'm realizing I didn't get the black selected inside of, which we may want to thicken just because it's so thin. I honestly can't even see it, unfortunately. So maybe thicken it a little bit. Let me put the background color in here because it's supposed to be here anyway. But I do appreciate the sheer quantity of little chains and these lightning bolts and little flyaways in the hair that are adding stuff to the silhouette. I feel like the silhouette is more memorable with the coat on because this shape is something that I can't say that I've particularly seen in VTuber designs, especially the way that it is. But in either case, I think that this is a pretty good silhouette, pretty memorable. It is very symmetrical everywhere. And I think that's my only critique, is that I want less symmetry here. Potentially, but it is very pretty. Let me do a ladder test. Oh, for all you bingo fellas, I did forget a ladder test already today. Whoopsie. Let me see, I haven't done any of my bingo yet either. We did have fishnets. Nobody had a big hat. I did say bear with me at least like 9 times. Free space. I did just change the hair. I have not wrong. Spot. I did reference Trigon because I talked about JYB. Oh. We did have a Nat 10 also. Rare day for Nat 10. We don't get those very often. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm caught up in there. Coat looks more interesting. Yes, I agree. Let's do a ladder test. Honestly, I wasn't worried about ladders for Bun Bun, which is why I didn't even, it wasn't even a thought on my mind. I believe you passed the ladder test the last time you were here. So I'm going to assume you're going to continue to pass it. I don't think you removed anything that would have been important to passing. Let's see, you've got this here. I'd probably draw one of these everywhere you have those tiers to your skirt. There's one here, 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 here. Chin, eyes, and hair kind of share one. Top of head, and then top of the oge. And then your halo is adding something. Love the new bingo options. Thanks. I think there's over 100 potential bingo options now. There's over 100 things that could potentially be on the bingo card, so it's a lot of variety, which might make it harder to win. Hmm? No. What? People saying weird things. Hey, you do us a ladder test? Edward! I'm not explaining the ladder test to you. I know you know what the ladder test is. You're trying to get me to give you bingo. And I will not have it. I will not fall for your tricks. Not today. Ha ha ha. You think you can get me? No, you cannot. There's a lot of anguish in my voice when I said that. Anyways, ladder. My arms are open. 2 ladders for the price of 1 if you would like to throw some at me. Oh, I understand Twitch. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. I'm honored you'd use your Prime sub for me. Also, Scarlet Farm, could you explain the ladder test? I don't know what it is. Okay, I'll explain it. I'll explain it. Ah, the ladders! But thank you for resubscribing. I don't understand, Fritch. I'm honored you would use your Prime sub for me. I don't know the ladder test. Half of you are lying to me. Half of you are liars. I don't know who's lying, but I know a couple of you are lying, I'm certain. Who, me? Not telling the truth? Pretending and being coy so that EG gets to give us bingo? Couldn't be me, possibly. The ladder test is a test that we do in character design. What is a ladder? Good question. The ladder design is a test we do in character design to determine if there's an interesting distribution of detail across the human body in the design. So as human beings, we are very vertical, we're really tall. So it's important that we space out our details in an interesting manner, because if you space them out too evenly, it can feel really kind of stale and flat and boring. What we want to see here in our ladders is we will draw a rung anywhere that there is a major visual division in space, whether it be caused by contrast in color or shape or the beginning or end of a piece of clothing or an object of some sort. And we're hoping that the rungs are going to be spaced out pretty randomly, that there'll be some clustering of rungs, probably up near the face because we want that to be focal. We want some diagonals to add a little bit more movement, and we want half rungs because those will show us there's asymmetry. As you see here, the ones that are currently dangling on my face in front of you as great examples, we want those ladders to be as dangerous as possible. We do not want OSHA to be lurking on my stream because they would be really unhappy with me in all likelihood. Lying on twitch.tv and Twitch chat impossibly. Could it possibly be happening? No, not here. Not in the good Squiiji streams. No. We are all morally upstanding citizens and we do not tell fibs or lies. Ouch. Thank you for your ladders. I appreciate it. Yeah, bad ladder is good ladder. Good ladder is bad ladder. Dangerous ladder is good ladder. Safe ladder, bad ladder. Yes. Thank you for all of your ladder donations. I am very happy to accept them. Imagine making an alt account to ask about it. No, if you want to win bingo, that's that bad, just cheat. I can't see your bingo card, so if you tell me you won, I'll say congrats. Yeah, you don't have to go that far. Speak only the truth. Yeah, there's nothing in Shroom Sing Say. Shroom Sing Say doesn't even exist. There's nothing here. Don't even worry about it. So, where was I? Complexity versus clarity. Grading. Level of detail, I think here is a-okay. I think it's fine. I think this design would plushify probably pretty well. There's a lot of big shapes that would break down pretty easily. Sadly, a lot of the jewelry would have to go, and that does add a lot of the littler detail. But that's not so bad. We're not losing the essence of you by having gotten rid of that, so I would say you pass in this area. For focal points, your hair is working quite well to make your face focal because it's a contrasting color. It's very warm. And so for the rest of your clothing being as cool in undertone as it is, the hair and the skin of your face especially too being so much warmer does really pull my eye here despite how bright your legs are. This color is working overtime to be focal for us. So works for me. Did I already put that there? Yeah, full points for focal point. For concept and motifs, your concept is that you are a star who fell onto Earth. So as far as the colors go, you do have some sort of the night sky colors in the palette with blues and purples and things of the likes. You've got motifs that are reminiscent of the moon and stars, although also lightning bolts. Got a halo. I feel like if I was not told, I'm not sure I would get to the fact that you are influenced by stars that thoroughly. But you do kind of have a star in your silhouette, and you have done some interesting things that should help point us in the right direction if we think real hard about it. So maybe we just need another clue or two somewhere in the design, just to give it that extra push. It's not like you're failing to tell us, it just might be more subtle than is helpful in this circumstance, maybe. I don't know. Hi Bewitchment, thank you for following, I appreciate it. Star hair, could do that. Billy has a character that has a really interesting ponytail, that is just like completely a star in its shape. And I have a feeling that maybe that is what this is intending to be. Do you see how there's a long piece here, a long piece here, long piece here, long piece here, and then the tall hoge? I'm wondering if this is supposed to be like that. But if that is the case, I feel like it might need to be exaggerated more, where we could make, you know, these, they don't have to be symmetrical, but if they just like stuck out a little bit more, I might have made these too much. They might be too cartoony. My eraser's been possessed by an Animal Crossing villager, in case you were wondering. But like if the shape was exaggerated to being more like that, I might get to it a little bit quicker. Comets are icy, so that's also a thought. But star fell on the Earth. Yeah, so a star that fell on the Earth. Hang on, wait. I just gotta come back here for a second. If a star fell on the Earth, that'd be like a weird, like insane supernova destroys all life on the planet situation. Unless we're going the Rosalina stars are just little creatures route. Green pen makes you think Christmas. Whoopsie. Hi, Tori. But I do think that the shape may need to be exaggerated a little bit more. I guess probably is more like a comet or a meteorite than a real star in that manner, at least. But I do think we need at least another little hint. But I did think your design was very cute at the same time, and I thought these pastel colors was very successful. Also, fresh. For a design that is pulling from the stars, I feel like often a lot of the more galaxy-inspired designs tend to be really dark, and they tend to be really high texture as a result of referencing galaxies. So I appreciate that your design is very light, very bright, very pastel. It feels fresh in that manner. So that's why you ended up there, yeah. Little like wispier things could help. Maybe, that could be, yeah, that could be an option potentially. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Is that math? Did that math correct? Hang on. Hang on. So as far as you saying, like, wispier things, are you saying, like, almost like there is a cold, like, miasma coming off of her? Like, that could be interesting around her legs if she's just, like, giving off heat or cold or something as, like, a magic ability, maybe. I think blue could reference how blue is the hottest color. Ooh, that's interesting too to also consider for, yeah, the hottest fire being blue is also kind of interesting. I see. We all came back to life after the star fell and to witness this design critique. That's true. So somehow we did not perish and we are still here to look at it, which is good. That does bode well for us. Got distracted, so that's when I need to use my Utao. Oh, intriguing. I say as if I don't currently have Nanomino's, one of their Utaos. Where is it? I have one of them, I think, currently open on my computer right now as we speak. Nope, not there. Here. Hang on. Can I have the proper window? It's not showing you the right window. Yeah. I still have this open from attacks. Hi, Nano. Be perceived. I'm drawing one of them. I'm not telling you which one. In my revenges, I've started a couple. I've got like 4 different revenges started, which is very cute, but funny you say that. Anyways, 9 out of 10. Too pretty to destroy the earth? That's fair. Can we get a round of applause? I see you guys have started clapping, but clap again. Clap more. Yeah! Good work, Fuji. I think there's just some little tweaks that could be made, but otherwise, very cute, very sweet, fresh. Why is it open? It's open because I was working on it before stream. I had the reference open because I was working on yours before stream, but I'm working on like 5 Revengers right now all at the same time. Yeah. So, next we're gonna do Kiri. I will say I am having a very odd phenomenon happening right now, and I'm gonna drink some water about it and see if that helps. My vision's a little funny right now, and I'm gonna see if it goes back to normal. And if it doesn't, we might have to reevaluate how long I'm here for, because it's psyching me out. I'm like, everything's a little fuzzy, so thumbs up, water. Because it wouldn't be unsuspected for there to be a potential that I'm a little dehydrated. Actually, I did just polish my water. Hang on. I'm going to go refill my water. You guys look at Kiriteru fast quick. I'll read the information for Kiriteru. Are you getting a migraine? That's actually what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid I'm starting to get an aura, and it just isn't there yet. So we'll see, but I'm gonna get some water. I don't have pain yet, but if I do start getting an aura, I may have to end so I can go take a migraine nap. So we will see. I'm gonna go get water. I'm gonna put you on BRB, but first, just so you can reminisce and think and have prepared what you want to say about this design. Kiriteru, he, him, Kiritsune, guardian kitsune of the Great Kasumi Shrine. Great loss has left his soul wounded, so he tries to make it up for it by helping whoever comes across his sanctuary. His look gives of a strong, cold aura, while in reality he's a very warm and welcoming personality. Celestial Kitsune has vast knowledge of starry sky. Daily attendees to the shrine come to get their fortune read. He foretells the future by looking at celestial bodies, often found stargazing. Intriguing. Please, then, if that's the case, fear not, I will. If I am not doing swell, I will take the necessary actions. Don't worry, I will take care of my health. But I'm gonna go get water. I'm gonna guzzle a bunch of water and see if that solves it in case I am just dehydrated, as may be possible for me. And I'll be right back. Be good. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, okay? Don't. Do not. Be good for the substitute teachers. They will give me a sub report when I'm back and I'm leaving. I'm in the room. Are you puppeting my body around? What are you doing? Why am I standing? Hello? I'm back. What were you up to? What were you doing? Oh, okay. Yep, that's good. Helicopter. Hello, I'm back. Hi. Hello, Amber. Were they good? Odd Podge, were they good? Mods, were they nice? I see Odd Podge had guns. Blow smoke off pointer finger? What's happening? I see people trying to set stuff on fire. No. Ignore the smoke. Every fire was put out. Oh, thank you. We were so good. Only a little bit of fire. Oh, so good. So good. Only a little fire. Just a little fire as a treat, of course. Just a little. I open my sub-report. I open my sub-report expecting like a long detailed note about what students act out or anything like that, and it just says in 2 lowercase letters but drawn really large, I suppose they have been worse, to be sure. Very good sub-note. That does tell me all I needed to know. YouTube was very good, thank you, YouTube. YouTube very well behaved. Sometimes, every once in a while, YouTube started fires one time, but this time, proud of you, YouTube, thanks. Like I start chanting something, suddenly there's a hand over my mouth. Mysterious hands reaching through the mycelium to prevent you from taking actions that you may or may not regret the consequences of. Good moves made. Anyways, water. So, 10 out of 10 class report. I think an is solidly a 5 out of 10, probably. And I suppose they've been worse. Middle of the road. Hope you feel better. Thanks. I would say I'm gonna keep an eye on how I'm feeling, and I literally will be, because it is my eyes that are doing the funniness. I don't feel bad otherwise, but it could be an aura, so I will have to just remember to pay attention, and if it starts getting worse, I probably won't have to remember to pay attention because I just won't be able to see. So we'll see what I can get through, because I don't feel bad otherwise. I'm just psyching myself out because my vision's a little funny. It might just be dehydration. This has happened to me. But, anyways, Kiriteru, Celestial Kitsune. So, I can tell you're a kitsune, or at least a fox of some kind, the big old ears, very good. With the outfit you're wearing, I don't really have any doubts that you are a guardian of a shrine. I feel like we associate this type of clothing with things of that nature quite often. Also, I forget what they're called. What do you call this type of beaded necklace? Oh, I used to know. I used to know what it was called, but this is something that is, hang on, let me check before I say I'm wrong, because I associate it with, yeah, Buddhist monks wearing this kind of necklace, which I think relates properly here, maybe? Can't recall the name, but on vibes, more manipulate kitsune than the tricksters. Yes, not a rosary or prayer beads, wrong religion. That would be the Catholic version, or the Christian version. Maybe, but yeah, no. This is, what is it called? That's not how you spell that word. I think mala beads, I think, might be the word for it. Is that what it is? Potentially? No, that actually is something else. Those are large beads, but I'm not sure that's the right one, but it could be. I'm not sure. I'm not especially well versed in Buddhism, but there are accessories here that do point towards spirituality or, you know, some sort of religious basis happening here. So what I was aiming for with that statement is that those elements being present do sort of lean into the aspect of this god being a guardian of a shrine. So I think that checks out. I'm gonna say Inari, but let me check. They're a kitsune. Isn't Inari a different kind of thing? Potentially, I think that's a different creature, but I might be wrong. What is an Inari? Inari is a word that I am mostly familiar with because of, I think Okami, and also because of, Persona 5, which is strange to say. Inari is the god the kitsune are related to. Oh, is that what it is? Okay, that makes sense. I could see that. Like, kitsune are Inari's little minions. Oh, okay, so we're gonna guess that the shrine then is probably to Inari, and this kitsune is a guardian type there, is their messenger. Okay, I see what you're saying. Got you. Attendees come to have their fortunes read. Okay, seems like there's some sort of celestial angle happening here too, which I guess if the designs are blue, that is maybe to be expected because, you know, blue, what common associations do we have with blue? Either aquatic or galactic, usually, in some manner. And all the aquatic fellas are in their own folder, so we're just getting the galaxy remnants here in the blue folder, probably. But there are little things that are hinting towards celestial motifs. The hair cascading in this great, like, billowing cloud-like shape. Really lovely for the silhouette, first off. Second off, it is helping push us in the direction of gazing towards the heavens. In the cascading smoke, there's little stars that are sort of interspersed throughout. We've got some on the back of the hands as markings. The pattern work that is happening on, I don't know if these are actually sleeves. It looks like it might be a scroll of some sort, potentially, but it might be a sleeve or a scarf of some sort that is draped over the hand, but there is star motif, there is more of the sort of cloud-like motif happening. And then the inside of the bottom of the, I don't want to say skirt, robe, is also galaxy patterned, as is the inside of the sleeves, which is neat. One of the things happening here that I am really happy to see as far as silhouette goes is that we're getting this nice, like, floaty feeling from the way that this has been splayed open, almost like a mermaid style dress. But it is adding something to this silhouette that is very unique, because I feel like a lot of times when you are seeing traditional wear, the clothing tends to drop straight down and be very rectangular. And you end up with a lot of silhouettes that can feel very repetitive or very similar, which on one hand, that's how they're recognizable as being that particular piece of clothing sometimes. But here, the idea to sort of perpetually, you know, in some magical sense, splay the bottom end of it open is very nice for silhouette. Same deal with the way that the scarves are the way that these scarves are posed. The way that the scarves are the posed of the scarves. What was the copy pasta that Gary read to me earlier where the words didn't make sense? Of the hot clothes out the oven, I'm losing it. But this little illustration here I think does a good job showing also how this design would simplify down for plushification. So this tells me that the level of detail is also pretty decent, yes. Love the sneaky kind of modest but also not upper belly showing. Under boob that Twitch might not like. Oh, I don't think Twitch would have an issue with this. I think Twitch would be okay, but yeah, there is some chest showing in here. But it does feel like it feels more modest than I think it actually is, and I'm not sure why that is. It might be because everything else is so well covered, but yeah, there is a nice little tummy window happening too. Just a little allure point. But as far as positives going on here, silhouette, very neat. Level of detail also works out for me. You plushify pretty well. For color design, the blue is sort of the teal white, some of the creamier whites, and then the gold trim. Pretty nice. I can see that there is a very good attempt being made to bring us to the eyes through the use of red detailing around the eyes and the eye makeup. The eyes are also pretty detailed. But I will say, as far as focal point goes, for me, it's down here. And that's because there's not that many dark or highly saturated elements in this design. There's a little bit at the top of the sleeve, a little bit in the shoes, but the bulk of it, when it is happening right here. Right there.
Looks like underboob, but I think that's not a TOS violation for masculine forms.
Who hath corrupted my son? Who has taken over your body and is speaking? But I do agree with what was said. Very Japanese way of being scandalous. Little peek that hints, hang on, at more without actually showing it. A la the nape of the neck showing on the kimono. Ah, okay. Interesting. Me too, Gary? Yeah, whenever we approve messages in the chat that were held for some reason, Gary, for some reason, is possessed by some other being and reads them to you all. We don't know why this happens. There are some bugs we need to iron out in my son. Those are the insects that may have crawled inside the holes he has in his head. But, anyways. As far as focal point goes, I am looking down here first, unfortunately, and I'm thinking that what might help us to look somewhere higher on the design first is if there was more of this really saturated blue higher in the design. And I'm thinking about, like, you know, where might be a clever place to put it? We could put it inside the ear and then play off of the fact that, you know, this feels like a cloud. inside there where it's like, you know, the fluff is a little bit cloud-like. So if we were to treat this area of the ear almost like it's like the sky in some way, that might help just because it'll increase the contrast in the upper part of the design a little bit. And we might need some of those brighter blues up here as well, because this is also still a darker one. And then that red just might need to be a little bit more exaggerated maybe. I appreciate that it is there around the eyes, but I'm wondering if we might need other markings of that color or somewhere else that it's repeating and being that bright. Like, I'm not fully satisfied with my blue up here being the solution, but I think it is sort of pushing us a step in the right direction. I was also very briefly thinking about putting it on the inside of the hair, but I don't know if I would like that as far as clarity goes, because right now, this design does have a lot of clarity as far as color design goes, which is something that makes me very happy. One of the sort of typical troubles that I tend to stumble upon in character design is the pale complexion with equally light hair situation. And it is frustrating and it is not great for contrast. But here, by darkening the skin tone a little bit so that the hair stands out a little more, we've solved it. I'm not sure this is the solution I want, but I think that having a little bit more of that up there is helping. And I don't want to suggest making it not splayed as open as it is, but I think we can really see the gist of that being a trouble here as well, where when I'm looking through the design, my eyes sort of pinpoint here, they bounce here, and they bounce here, and I sort of triangulate just in this area. I don't really move to the upper part of the design, and I feel like the background color is maybe not helping, because for what it's worth, the hair being really bright could be something that really helps if nothing else is quite as bright as it is, but there are also a number of things that are similarly bright in the design. Maybe the glasses can be a brighter color. Maybe. But I don't want to push them away from the gold that they're sort of holding in this color palette, because I think that makes sense. His eyebrows blue too, but the red is so nice. Maybe the eyebrows could also be blue, and that could help. But yes, I do like the red around the eyes. Those are sort of a right step in the direction of making the focal point as functional as it should be here. I feel like blue eyebrows might just be a little bit too campy. Like, they feel a little bit corny to me. Let me cut them and maybe I can reduce how intense they are. Maybe like that is better? Just making them a little bit bluer, potentially? Helps a lot. Yeah, I do think that these are helping, at least, add to the fight. I'm trying to figure out, because if I taper this to being even lighter, that may help, but then the contrast will still be really strong here. Let me just try something. Add low. Because I think the reason why it's so focal is because it's so bright and so saturated. So if I make it, or not bright, because it's so dark and so saturated. So if I make it brighter and less saturated, that should help, potentially, with the focal point. Theoretically, I can also probably just drop a multiply layer down here on everything, and that'll just crush the contrast down a little bit, but I just want to try this first. I don't want to use my fix-it-all Band-Aid solution here if I don't have to. I don't want to be purely white. It's too bright. Hang on. Now if I combine that with... Oh, I'm just gonna do a selection layer. Ooh, okay, hang on, let's see. Select this, select this, select this. Okay. Yeah, okay, got all of it. And then now I do my airbrushed gradient over top. Why is it so small? There we go, make this less saturated. Nope, hang on. Invert. Try again. There we go. I think I just needed to crush it just a little bit, because now I think it's a little bit less focal as well, potentially. No, sure, this bad. What are you doing to me? Uh-oh. Struggling with art a little bit. Breaks are always good. Brain break? Yeah, walking up for 15 minutes is always good for helping out if you are having trouble with things as far as art goes. Fresh eyes are very good. Real art fun, hello. So I think that is helping a little bit as well. Whoops, I've accidentally put it on other things as well, which was not my intent, but that's okay. Multiply layer. Let me get it off of your face. You didn't need that. Oh, and the eye. But I think these things are helping to make the focal point more up around the face. So I think that is the hardest part for me right now, is because I'm not sure I'm still thrilled with those as the solution, but they are a step in the right direction, and your eyes having the red on them definitely helps. I wonder if some sort of red accessory in your hair might also be good. I don't have a very particular suggestion, but you could repeat these things that are here in a red like you have in your eyes, you know, up here. And maybe it doesn't have to be this big, but just having one red accessory on the face. Oh man, actually that, I'm now looking at the head immediately. Maybe that is all it is. Duplicate that accessory up here in red. Yeah, big red earrings. Yeah, you could even have it be some sort of earring that, or like, you know, if you had something that's just like tied to those bells that shows that they're attached to the head, or an earring, or just something. Yeah, add a little more asymmetry, add a little more to your silhouette potentially, but that may be it. That may be the solution just in one little object, funny enough. So sometimes it's just all the small things. Wait, glasses accessory. We could do that also. Potentially. You could have it be something where it's like hanging down off here as well, where like, what if the tassel was on the glasses? That would be interesting. That might feel kind of unique. So not both necessarily, but one of them. But yeah, tassel on the glasses might be neat. I think red is basically the main color of shrines. Makes sense. This is true. With that in mind, we could even, you know, there's some makeup happening here too with the white, where the makeup could be further accented. Wow. Loose grasp of the English language here in the Shroom State today. Could be accented with a little more red maybe too. Like, don't do all the things I'm doing. These are just potential things that you can add, maybe one or two or few of, and just keeping them around the face. It is adding something really nice for the color depth around the head too. It's adding some nice interest, while at the same time, now we're not having focal point troubles. Maybe crazy making the eyelashes deep red instead of dark blue could be unique. That is also true, but I think the contrast of them is working well right now, and I think that them being dark is sort of helping maintain the personality that they want the character to give off. They want the character to appear very strong and cold despite being very warm on the inside. We're sort of going for a character that defies expectations that we get just from looking at them, which I think they're doing a good job of right now. They feel a little bit intimidating, and I think that if we made the eyelashes red, I'm not sure they would feel less intimidating, but they'd feel different. They might not feel as cool and collected. They might feel a little bit more villainous, which I'm not sure is what we want necessarily. But I don't think I started grading this one, but inherently, first off, the focal point, it's present. You're doing some things that are in the right direction for it, but you just need something to bring us really into the face there. For color palette itself, the color palette is engaging. I do want more of the red. Now, having seen what it looks like with more red, I want a little more of the red. Because the way that it is, you are a little bit in that classic black, white color and a metal situation, which I think makes sense. It does seem like this design might be pulling from similar like design conventions as the games that I critique for having that color palette, but I would say that this isn't something I see as overwhelmingly or intensely in VTubing as I do in gacha games. I feel like it's much more acceptable in VTuber design, but adding the red adds more variety to your palette, which is good. And you do already have some good undertones, but now because I've seen a hint of what I could have, I want more of it. I just want a little more of it. The teal is nice too in the mid. For silhouette, I would say it's good. I'm a big fan of your silhouette. I think you are pretty symmetrical, all things considered. But this is, again, one of those cases where I'm not sure if I'm super bothered by it. The hair has enough subtle asymmetry in it, in the way that it's posed, that I think I'm okay. You've got the bells adding a moment of asymmetry as well. As long as you keep the way that you've rendered all of the big flowing cloud-like elements asymmetrical across the design, I think we will be okay. It'll feel natural, it won't feel too stiff. Let's do a ladder just here fast, quick. Also, I'm seeing it's alerting me that we completed the sub goal, which thank you, but it has not told me who subscribed. So to Mystery Shroom, whoever you may be, thank you, I appreciate it. Hi Squiiji, and this is very off topic. When asked if you could link the Centaur VTuber modeling tutorial channel you were talking about several streams ago, I can't find it. Ah, I believe Luma has it. Great, if I just Google search the word Luma, that doesn't help. Oh, girly, what is your YouTube? Hang on, I might have to look for that one for a second though. Luma, what is her, I don't even know what her full name is off the top of my head. Hang on, I gotta open my Discord so I can check the server I am in with her so I can find what her full name is. Oh, there's a lot of people in the server now, which might make this impossible. Whoopsie, hang on, let me check this real quick because I will forget otherwise. Where is she? Oh, Luisa Manzano is who it is. Luizamanzana. Another Manzano. Oh, okay. That didn't bring anything up on YouTube! No! No! That's what her name is. This is crazy. I will have to hunt that down for you later because I am not able to find it right now. But that is what her name is. Why can't I find you? She had the tutorial for it. Yeah. What? Hang on. Lu Manzano? Try that. Let me try that. Hang on. Now I'm determined ever so slightly. Lu Manzana. Nope, still not coming up. Darn, I'll have to hunt for that separately, but I know that she has made Centaur 3D models. I'm gonna have to find them at another time. Oh, sub goal was completed again, it's telling me. Second time, thanks, still. We can rotate. Wait, rotate for Dia? Was it Dia? Hang on. Oh, it was me for some reason? It didn't pop up? Thank you, Dia! Welcome back to the Shroom State. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate. Also, hi, Zany. I see they're saying hi to Zany, but I don't see Zany. But hi, Zany, if you're in here somewhere. I might not have seen you because I was looking for something else. Oh yeah, you redeemed here. Hello. My overlay is behind. Thank you. Cannot tell you how much of a rabbit hole I went into trying to find it. I'm writing it down. I am in a server with her, and I've watched her tutorial, but I can't find it. Uma Centaur. Wow, did you throw me? No, you just threw something at me. Hi, Jade Lee. Luma Centaur 3D tutorial. I'll sleuth it out for you. It just might take me not right this second, but I will do it at some point. I've got it written down, so I won't forget now at least. But grading. Oh, ladder is what we were doing. Ladder time. My favorite time. Your favorite time. Ladder time. I gotta draw it kind of wide because the sleeves are wide. So it's not truly how ladders work. That's okay. Say there's one here. The bottom of the sleeves. The top of these funny little like rolls that are sitting in the sleeves. Bottom of this accessory that's in the belt. I think the top of the sleeves would probably be here somewhere if the arms were down. Top of this accessory. These sort of gold pieces on the chest. Bottom of the necklace. Shoulders. Beads and chin. Eyes. The eyebrows were pretty dark, so I might count them. Hairline. Top of head. Whoops, needs to go up a little higher. And then ears. Ladder. Love how fluid this guy's look is. Me too. Looks how clouds are painted. Yes, it does. It does in many a way. I have some ladders, please. Also, I think that this is in fact an aura I am getting. It seems to be progressing, so I may not be long for the world of streaming, unfortunately. Rub's eyes. Doesn't hurt, but that is tend to be the predecessor to something like that happening. Actually, that made it worse. Why did I rub my eyes? Thank you for ladders. I do need a little bit of ladder in my time of need, it seems here. Go rest if need. It might be smart for me to rest before it does hurt, so what I am going to try and do here, did we get through all of the... I'm gonna do one more. I will do one more so I get through all of the thumbnail fellas at least. and then I think I may have to call it, unfortunately. Sorry, Gamba people. Take care of yourself. I will. I'm still okay. It doesn't hurt. It's just one of those things where, like, you know when something's just like subtly wrong, so you psych yourself out and your brain's like, you're dying. I'm not dying. I know what this is. This happens before. This happens often even to me. But it's just, it's just psyching me out. I get that? Yeah, so right now it's not bugging me other than just whenever I notice it and psych myself out. So I'm gonna try and do one more just so that we get through all the thumbnail fellas, but yeah. We'll see. Gamba doesn't count. Gamba should be canceled. Oh, that's fair. Honestly, yeah, I should cancel it if I get through the next one and don't feel like it's a good idea for me to continue. That would make sense. Complexity versus clarity. You have proven in your little version here that you are someone that could be plushified probably pretty easily without losing the gist of who you are. So I think level of detail is good. Your clothing feels nice and specific to you particularly, which is good. Concept and motifs. I'm picking up exactly what you're putting down. The cool color palette is helping us to read the personality angle that you were hoping for. I can tell what species you are. The occupation comes as no surprise. A little bit of celestial angle hanging out in the motifs. It's all good. I'm seeing it. I'm picking up what you're putting down pretty thoroughly here. So, what is this? 2, 4, 5. Wait, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.5 out of 10? Pretty good. Oh, you know what'd be really smart of me actually would be, hang on, I'm gonna do something incredibly smart. We're gonna have applause. That'll be the first thing we do. That's good. I'm gonna do something really smart, which is that I'm gonna eat a handful of fish crackers and take an ibuprofen. Just in case it does start to develop in some way, I'll be ahead of it. Ha 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 ha. It's okay, teacher, we want you to be well. Thanks, I appreciate it. Don't worry, I'll tap out if I need to. But I am still okay right now. Hey, Moobot, that was fine. That was a totally normal amount of emotes to use. It was acceptable. Thank you for your clapter, Ryuku. I'm sorry Moobot did not appreciate it. Hang on, me scarf down fish cracker. Do you want some fish crackers, roommates? I haven't fed you guys fish cracker in a minute. Have you been hungry? I haven't been keeping my little creatures very well. Moobot hates clapter? Yeah, it does, huh? Fungi, come here. Come here, I have fish. Come here. There you go, Mars. There you go. Come here. Okay, you're handing me the fish cracker with which to feed you, but none of you have your mouths open ready. There you go. Come on. Come here, Edward. Come here, Amber. Me. There you go. Oh, I'm dropping them. I'm dropping the fish crackers. You've handed me too many. I can't hold them all. Ah! My note to all of you. This is your wisdom of the day. Shroom of the pool, what is your wisdom? Don't take medications on an empty stomach. Ever. Never do that. Ask me how I know the repercussions of doing that. Ask me how I know. I knew better anyway, and I still did it once. Didn't go well. Truth? Yeah, you can give yourself burns in your stomach. I gave myself a stomach ulcer when I was in college. Also, secondarily on top of that, do not lay down immediately after taking medicine because your digestive system does work most properly when you are upright because it is gravity assisted. So when you lay down, that thing sits in your tummy and is not continuing to go through your system the way it is meant to. It's not being absorbed properly, potentially. Make sure you're upright. Yeah, burn? Yes, you can. Poor astronauts. Astronauts do suffer from gastrointestinal distress. That is a true statement to say. Unless it says to do so explicitly. Yeah, I guess if a medication, yeah, does say to take it not with food, then yeah, do that. But like, don't be taking ibuprofen without having eaten and then lay down. Ask me how I know that this specific combo will do bad things to you. It previously did. I wasn't the smartest in college all the time. I was like, I'll be fine. It'll be okay. It hurts. I'm sleepy. Turns out it does make it hurt more. God, ibuprofen horror stories and being taught traffic rules. Traffic rules, that's an interesting combo. My other ibuprofen horror story for you is you can develop dependency on it. Don't do that either. Ask me how I know that one also. What Warning for anyone who gets one on SSRIs, they cause really painful heartburn. Do not lay down after taking them, do not. That's funny. That is specifically the reason why most SSRIs, you are suggested to take them in the morning. Another ask me how you know. I was recommended to take mine in the morning, which that's probably why, is to prevent that from being the case. Take them after breakfast is what the real big brain strat is, potentially. And if you should take them more than once a day, after dinner, potentially, hopefully. Don't take with citrus or coffee. Yeah! With acid is probably not a good combo either. Take thyroid meds and have to do it on an empty stomach. Ooh! I hope that doesn't cause discomfort. But hey, shroommates, if you haven't taken your medication today, do me a favor, take your medication. Right now, if you haven't and you were supposed to. Right now, with me, while I'm eating fish crackers. Self-care stop. Checkpoint. I did. Thank you. I just gotta eat enough of these that my stomach isn't too empty. I didn't eat right before stream. Granted, that was 2.5 hours ago. I got only now just remembered? Oh, what did you remember? What have you recalled? Tasted yucky, can't swallow pills. Ooh, that's rough. I'm sorry to hear that. There are ones that I can't take. I can't take vitamin pills. We've talked about it. I'm pretty small. I'm a pretty small person. There is a joke that is made about me also, which is that I am somebody who takes multiple bites to eat things that most people eat in one bite. Like, I eat grapes in 2 bites. I have a small mouth. You would imagine that fitting with the fact that I have a small mouth. What do you call? The esophagus? No. The pipe that goes down from your mouth. That one. Not great. Not huge. I have so many times stranded vitamin pills horizontally in there, like physically actually stuck, where I can feel like my breath wheezing around them, and I have to like pound water and like jostle myself all over the place to like actually get them to dislodge. Throat? Is it just throat? I wanted the scientific term. Is that the scientific term? Might just be throat. Yeah, terrifying, horrible, scary. So I take my vitamins in gummy form, or I get Flintstone gummies, and or not Flintstone gummies, Flintstone, windpipe. Thank you, Amandas. Hi, Al. So I will take Flintstone vitamins and take the proper quantity so that I get the daily value I need for, you know, the height and weight I am. But, oh yeah, esophagus is the tummy one. Hi, G. Oh, see, maybe that's the answer to Vil, is that my greeting should be hi, G. Wait, we might have finally solved it. Wait, we might have finally solved it next Monday when Vil may or may not raid me, potentially. We gotta say hi, G. Thank you, Al. You finally saved me from not having a greeting that is in any way a pun of my name to greet raiders with, potentially. Hi, G. Yeah, honestly, that's so cute. I was thinking recently also, Jubby has also been combining my name with like longer names. Al called me, what did you call me? Egeson or something? You called me Squeegee Bert or something? And Jubby has been doing that to me now as a result, just combining my name with other like common men's names. I'm like, oh, the plague that has been started. Squeegee thing, yeah, was that what it was? Squeegee thing, yeah. I have a good name for combining with things. Lots of vowels will do that to you. Squeegee swell. We gotta do it back to you. Squeegeon? Squeege Bert. That's pretty good. Hang on. I gotta eat these fish crackers instead of talking. Hang on. Customary anime eating noises. Yeah, Squeegee Bird I think is the one Jubby called me. Squeerick? No! Squeejolomew? These are all of my brothers and sisters that you have never met. I can't wait to tell my sister. This is like a, you know how there's Bettel and there's Tubert? My sister is gonna have to take one of these names, and it's gonna be really interesting to pick which one for her. Because right now she's just Sister Shroom. But like, that doesn't roll off the tongue. We could call her Squeejolomew. Squeegee word. Yeah, we'll have to pick one for her if she ever shows up, if she ever makes an appearance. Squeegilla? Squeejulia? Yeah, Squeejulia is my sister. My name was almost Julia. That was on the list of names that I was almost given at birth. Up there with Raphael, as far as names that were decided against for me. They picked neither of them. I got something really normie. I could have been Raphael. Wouldn't that have been so cool? That would have been so cool. So Italian of me. But no, no. I had to go for something totally normal. Squiiji thin. Call the sister Fungi. Maybe. Like the mutant turtle? You know, not like the mutant turtle. Like the painter who has painted something for our family, which is why it was going to be that name. E.g. lore, there's a Raphael family Madonna painting for my family. We don't have access to it. It's the reason why I'm going into art restoration and conservation is because the Nazis took it. Isn't that great? And now it's in a museum and we can't get it back. Germany thinks they own it, and they don't. It's really cool. So we're working on that. That's where my art restoration conservation degree is probably heading in the direction of repatriation properly. Yeah, we have the documentation, but they said no like 6 times. Crazy, just little lore drop there. I feel like I gave you vague enough information that you can't find me based on that lore, but yeah. So that's my entrance essay to restoration school once I finally decide I want to go back into school for a 3rd time. Get another master's degree on top of the one I already have. Like listening to my grandparents dropping lore. But like that's how this one went. It was my grandfather just randomly dropping lore on me that he's really mad about it because it was in his mother's will who it was supposed to go to if it was like the family got it back, but we just it was never returned to us. So like it's crazy. Can we get a free ticket to see it? No, they don't care. The museum actually I think hates us because we have contacted them a couple times with the documentation that shows essentially what happened, because we have other wills from the family that show who was the owner of it, but they're like, no, we can't prove that you had it when that happened or whoever had it. Me. It's okay, we get it. You want to hang on to your Raphael painting that you screwed up the restoration of. We get it, okay. Yeah. Didn't accept your Providence? No, they didn't. Be surprised, Providence gets really complicated when it's multiple countries involved. Because the painting was stolen from my family in Italy, and painting is currently in Germany. So, and my family who is supposed to own it lives in the US of A now, so like it's getting really complicated. Man, who are they? It's not the British Museum, no, it's a German museum that has it, yeah. It's a whole ordeal. I'm distracted. I'm supposed to be eating my fish crackers so I can take an ibuprofen so we can look at this lovely bubble gun wizard girl, but instead I'm complaining to you about strange family lore. Keeping me a dream where I want to go to a character design college, and the teachers have said college are like, please come now, we know you're a month late, but please. It's just like 11K each. Ooh, no, thank you. I would not go to college for 11K each. That's like half my total college debt. I think I owe 22K to loans currently, which is a fraction of what Joby owes. I went to school for free, mostly. I got those sweet, sweet full rides because I'm poor. And also went to public schools. Highly advised. I would highly advise to all of you roommates, if you can't get a full ride, go to public school. Go to public colleges. Don't go to private colleges. Don't give yourself a lifetime of debt and suffering and huge payments. I'm living for the fact that mine aren't nearly as bad as they potentially could be. They still suck. But they suck less than potentially. Family's the last fishing hut on one side of a road in a small town in England. Hey, hell yeah, that's cool. Do any of you guys recommend getting a character design degree? Is there particularly, this might be a funny question for me to even ask, but I'm not sure if degrees get into that level of specificity for art. I think you can get degrees in like concept as far as art goes. Maybe there are specific character design degrees at certain private schools, but often you're going to be somewhere in like digital illustration or I guess like concept in general for that, potentially. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Going to a very good school with a scholarship and I'm still going to be in debt for the rest of my life. That's what Jubby did! Jubby got 80% tuition covered and is still gonna be in debt. It's not fun. Well, there's like 7K a semester. Ooh, my college, if I didn't have a full ride, would have been $80K for me to have, or not college, my master's degree would have been $80,000 if I didn't have a full ride. And then I didn't even get a full ride fully because of stupid nonsense Tangerine Man and making it so that I have to pay taxes on my tuition as if it was income. So I did end up still having to spend money on it. So good luck to those of you out there if you are also having that happen. It's really cool and really fun and really exciting. So yeah, very cool. Very exciting. What? Yeah, that is a thing that did happen. I don't know if it's actually still occurring. I think it was just my misfortune. It might have been something that was ended while the Tangerine was in office the previous time. But it definitely did impact me for 3 years, so that was really cool and fun. And sick. Anyways, ibuprofen time. I finally finished my goldfish cracker. I had to eat 1 full serving of goldfish cracker to ensure that the ibuprofen will be effective and will not be doing funny things in my stomach. There we go. Going to college soon? Good luck! Good luck! I will say, college was fun. I had a good time in college. And I would say that where I went, it was well worth the experience. But, careful. Be careful about decision making with that kind of stuff. Make the most out of it and find the path of least resistance as far as financials go. It can be very alluring to want to go to a private school, especially for art. Hold on, this is American college? Yeah, US college. I don't know, that might mean other things in other places. But it is alluring maybe to go to private schools and specialty colleges and stuff like that for art. But let me tell you, I went to public school and I have met no resistance in life having done it. I have never had trouble applying for art positions or teaching or getting into grad school or any of that, having gone to a state school. So be aware of that. And also my friends who did go to art schools are in immense debt and did have their souls crushed out of them. So do note that. Also, yeah, community college is lovely. Community college is so, so lovely. Some of the ones that are in the state I live in are really, really good too. So yeah, that's your minor school advisement from EG today. Let me take my ibuprofen. I want an art degree, but don't know especially what art I want to do. Good news is that when you go to college, you don't have to decide that immediately. Take a bunch of the art exploratory courses, because you will probably have to for a BFA anyway. I went in thinking I'd be a painter, and I came out a printmaker. Totally something I didn't expect. I didn't even know what printmaking was. So if you don't know exactly when you get to college, that's fine. Take your first year to figure it out. Take a couple of courses that you need to for the breadth categories of the BFA anyway, and then you can figure it out from there, hopefully. Yeah. No public schools here. It's all science, engineering, or education. Or maybe overseas scholarships. I know my undergrad gave really good scholarships to people who were coming from other countries for the BFA program. So it may be worthwhile looking into if you're not afraid of living somewhere new and interesting. Or like there's some good schools in Canada that you can go to for very affordably for good art degrees also. Anyways, ibuprofen token. Good English. Want to be a history teacher, came out a photojournalist. Hell yeah! That's an interesting 180. I went to be an artist and came out with a chem degree also. The organic chem degree was an interesting addition to my plate that was not expected, but good move, I will say, at the very least. Canada's limiting international students, affecting the funding. Oh no, never mind, actually, never mind. Anyways, Lux! I gotta focus us back in because depending on how the ibuprofen affects me, this may or may not be the last one, we will see. Lux, she, her, QWERTY, W, wow! Watching my limp body fall back down the screen is something that is never losing the joy for me. It's just as silly to me the first time as it is now. This is a bubblegum wizard girl. Not a VTuber design, just an OC of mine. She's a student at a magic university. Hey, I need my height for reading. At a university that was built in honor of the Leviathan. Whoa. She can enchant the water in her bubble gun to shoot magic bubbles using the baubles on her hip. Where is my bingo? That is keychains. And this is also a big hat. Nice. I don't think I'm getting bingo today. I feel like I haven't given myself the proper opportunity to get bingo because it's not going to be as long of a stream potentially. But close. Nobody's gonna care if the school you went to. They only care if you didn't cheat. That's true. I will say the only time the school that you went to matters is if your possible employer also attended it, because then just because of the camaraderie of that, they might be more favorable towards you. But if not, it'll be okay. You will be all right without it. Let me see. So, design. Let me say, I recently have been feeling so favorably towards how many designs I've gotten to see that are brunettes. Just generally across seeing Arknights and Uma Musume, and now a couple of Vtubers. I feel like brown for hair is one of the most like slept on colors in design. And I get that that's probably because there's been a long history of people slapping the title of like, bland, generic on brown hair. Because, you know, in our real life, it is a very common hair color to have. It can be so lovely and so beautiful. Joby said the very funny sentence to me a couple days ago of, EG, I feel like we don't talk about it enough that you have brown eyes. I was like, what do you mean? What is there to talk about it? Joby was like, they're really nice. They're very good. They're very, very good. Is YouTube not good for interacting with stream? It is good. It is just as good. It is right there and I do see it as much as I can, but sometimes I am a little second later in responding because the contrast is less, which is a funny reason to give. I just don't have the greatest of vision and I don't wear my glasses when I'm streaming, so. I am quicker with Twitch, but I do tend to read things anyway, eventually, across both of them. Brown hair is literally great. Agreed. I fully agree. Which is why I'm very happy to see it here because it is helping to make the face very focal. The design is so cool undertoned everywhere else in the dress, you know, blue, classic, we were looking at blue designs, but the warmth of the brown hair is very nice. This is a little bit getting into the frick butt bob territory. We love a good bob, I say as a bob haver myself, but you're approaching bullet head. Give me like something. You're wearing a hat all the time. I feel like just a little ahoge of some sort would go so well here. And I was doing just like a funny, like just angular something. But like if you're wearing a hat on your head all the time, have like this. Or even like for a bubble ahoge. How would I make a bubble ahoge? What do you mean by that? Like just making it like fully round? Like that? Is that what you're thinking? That could be an option. Hang on, I need to not read like a spiral. It might need to be like that, maybe? Is that what we were thinking? Yeah? Question mark, maybe? Potentially, yes. Gotta figure something like that. Yeah, both are options. They're both here. It's just YouTube is a little slower to update me. I also can't read. Like a Teletubby? No. Vaguely shaped like a bubble wand. Oh, that's why you're saying Teletubby. You mean like... Like if it was shaped like, it would be very unnatural potentially, but like if I put it off to the side, it could be like that. It might feel like a question mark. I'm trying to figure out how to make it feel natural, but is this what you're thinking? Hang on, I have to taper this. And then if it doesn't hit as hard of a corner. Oh, it's gonna feel like a question mark though, I feel like, and not a bubble wand potentially. But yeah, it is, yeah. I see what you mean. That could potentially be a cute option. Definitely would have to figure out how to execute it so it doesn't feel strange, because it feels a little odd right now. Hangable? Oh, it does look like a little, like, one of those little, like, plastic hangers that they put on, like, flip-flops or something like that when they hang them up at the store. Potential for bubble ahoge. Yeah, there's some potential to be had there. I want an ahoge. I would desire you adding an ahoge for silhouette for your head when your hat's off. But let me just say, when the hat is on, silhouette goes crazy. I love this hat shape. This is lovely. I feel like, 'cause you said you're not a VTuber. A-okay. But generally for a VTuber design, this would be wild for a rigger to tackle. So for this just to be an OC, that probably works all the better. And if you were to use it as like a PNG tuber, that'd probably be really great. And this would work really well in 3D. But I love this hat. The practicality of the fact that it's like suspended like this. I would also love it. Granted, we wouldn't be able to see it from the front, But what if you suspended, I don't even know if I'll be able to draw this off the top of my head. I need to look at what something iridescent looks like. But like, what if it seemed like there was bubble fluid in these gaps? It makes me think of, have you ever taken string to use to blow bubbles? Where you just stick a piece of string in the bubble liquid and just through that? You could blow the bubbles using the holes in the hat. Yeah. Comical Leo, thank you for following. I don't know if it's relevant, but like bubble wand bug net. Oh, that might be interesting also, maybe, potentially. I could see that. But blowing bubbles through there might be interesting. Also treating the hat itself as like, you know, bubble dishes where you have the bubble liquid in them might be interesting too. Right now I see that there's a subtle bubble texture on it, but I wonder if instead of having, you know, directly bubble shapes, having the texture of bubbles, you know, that nice like soapy iridescence might be kind of nice. Or if you do want to have bubbles on the clothing, I'm wondering if it might be neat to have the bubbles stick, like be physical, actual objects, where I am wondering, you've got these little flasks that add your magic to your bubble soap. These could very well, I'm gonna draw over them like completely here just for a second. They're referencing, what do you call it? Chamberlain? What do you, oh, what is the word? What is the word? No, where you have the chains that things hang on in dresses. People hang like scissors. I'm like so close to the word, but it's not the word. My brain is going for chambermaid. That's not it. That's a whole person. Nice try, AG. What even is bubble liquid? Is it just soap? I think it might be a particular kind of soap, because like you can blow bubbles with body wash or hand soap. Not tambourine, no. Tambourine was not the word I was looking for, not this time. Livery color? No, I swear it starts with a C. But I might not know. Joe who will know. Miracle! I feel bad. So often in a stream, I'm like, I have a question. I know who has the answer. Yeah, Chantelane! That's what it is! Thank you, Rex. That is what it is. Sorry, Ryuk. So often in stream, I'm like, I know who has the answer to this question. I know who I can pester about it. I am so sorry. Yeah, Chantelane is what it is. Thank you. That is like bubble liquid as almost a helmet covering the rest of the head for like breathing underwater or something. Ooh, that would be interesting. Yeah. I'd have to look it up too. Oh, I thought you might know what it was, but you know, Baroque might be the more specific. Baroque is our historical fashion fungi. Baroque might be more aware. Bubble liquid is part liquid soap and water. Oh, so maybe it's thinned down soap then. But yes, I love the idea of what if, I'm not gonna be able to render this in a fantastic way super quickly, but like, you know, if we have like a bubble that is connecting the hat maybe to the collar, and then yeah, that forms almost like the little dome thing that you can breathe inside of when you're underwater. You know, you're worshiping Leviathan. I'm gonna guess that that means that you have to do some things underwater potentially. Let me see if I can very quickly just make something that looks in any way like a bubble, so that way I can visually show the suggestion. If I blur this out, does this work? And then if I put a highlight on it, we might be able to tell that it's like three-dimensional space coming towards us. Maybe. And if I added a little bit of iridescence in the coloring, maybe. I'm not gonna fret about rendering, but let me just see if I go like this and then go. And then, wait, hang on, actually, nope, don't do it like that. Do it like, this, maybe? And then I'll cut a little bit out of it, so that way... Right? Question mark? Maybe? Yeah? I feel like that would be very neat. Just to have as a toggle in some way, or just for character design, it's made to consider. But similar to what I was trying to do there, I would say you could probably do the same thing for your little flasks. I appreciate that you were trying to make them more specific in their shapes, but, you know, you don't really have any big, round, like, actual bubbles here. So who's to say you couldn't have, like, a couple different sizes of them hanging out on your hips here, and then have those be filled with the bubble magic liquid. Because then I think I'd get the point of them maybe a little bit more quickly. Just like very quickly make those look in any way like a bubble. And then now we can put the like red liquid. And then these are also bigger and more exaggerated, and they add to your silhouette, which are things that I think they are wanting to do but currently are not. And then like, oh, I could even like have rendering so we can see the top part of the liquid in them. Oh, scrumptious, delicious, beautiful, lovely. Red might not have been the right choice to make the really big one because that's gonna be really distracting. But just as the general note, this is what I would suggest in here, is making those much bigger. And then almost it becomes a thing where it feels like you're like just drawing the liquid out of a real bubble as opposed to having like a glass object maybe. We're gonna have a bubble skirt mist. Also true, also potentially true, if you did this, hang on, let's do another quick test. Is that the one I need? Yeah, another quick test. You could have very well had it be that, like, you know, you have this big, round, much more rounded shape here, coming out and then vanishing into these little folds here, and make that also be something that is iridescent or, you know, textured in that nice manner. But what I'm saying is, I love this concept. I adore this concept. I think that's so cute, having a witch paired with a bubble gun. I love it, and therefore I want to push it even further if possible. There we go, there's my highlights. I promise that's what those are. Bubbles! Yeah! Like I feel like transparency is something that this design, because it is playing with bubbles, should be using to greater effect mayhaps. But the actual shape design of the clothing itself, with some of these nice little arcing shapes at the bottom, the sleeves are super specific, the collar is nice and specific. Like, there's a lot of things working in the right direction here. Oh, but I kind of love this as an outfit already, with the addition of those two things. Underside of the skirt could still be bubble, allowing for slow falling. That's true. Could be like a, what is it, like when Peach jumps off of things? She does have her umbrella, but you know how her skirt like goes, ooh. Hi, Rovio. Yeah. Skirt kind of like billows out and catches air. Or is it Daisy? Does Daisy not have an umbrella? One of them doesn't, I feel like. I don't know. If this wasn't humanoid, it would be so cool if the irises were bubbles. That could also be neat, potentially. Like, very easy opportunity to have bubble also reference a frog in some way, maybe also. If you wanted to put, like, big bubbles on the sides of the head to be frog eyes. Very interesting. I don't know if that's the move to make for this design, but it could be interesting. But I will say, I think the main critique that I had for this design before making these changes is that I really didn't understand the inclusion of the water gun. I thought it was a very neat accessory, and look at this prop design. This is so fun. Nerf or nothing. I didn't really understand what the angle of that was, but now that we've added the bubbles to it and I've got a water gun, I'm getting the influence that their water is probably a little bit more important here also. Like, there could also be some way to get the gun looking more fantastical. Yeah, I do think it is a little bit funny how historic the clothing feels, sort of contrasted with, or contrasted, wow, I'm like goofing up pronunciation left and right today. Contrasted with how modern this gun is, where if you want to have this gun be so modern, it might be sort of interesting to just bring a little bit of the modern flair into the clothing, or alternatively, yeah, it could be something where all you need to do to make this gun feel more in universe with the rest of things, yeah, is a little more bronze, and instead of hitting such sharp angles with everything, if things have more curve and flow, not as geometric, that might make it feel more fitting. But this isn't about prop design, so like, you know, if we add filigree to stuff, or if we add gold trim to things, I'm just kind of doing this randomly, that'll make it feel a little bit more like it lives in sort of the fantasy realm that it seems like the story is in. I'm just adding in a couple random places. And then similarly, you know, we've got these big green shapes, but like, what if instead of being so geometric, it was more organic? I mean, granted, the contrast is kind of interesting and funny, so we could go the opposite direction and make the, you could even have like a cutout or something in here. You could make the clothing more geometrically influenced, so then, you know, this doesn't feel as out of place maybe. But like just a couple things will increase the fantasy level. Green is also like wood. Yeah, that could be interesting potentially too, but honestly, just a couple little thing I did up there already makes this feel a little bit more fantasy inspired. So maybe you don't even have to do it everywhere. Just like one or two of the elements on here, if they take on a little bit more flow, a little more curl, a little more curvature, bring out the French curves, that could be beneficial maybe. Yeah. So I think those are the critiques that I have for concept here. As far as color palette goes, the hair being a nice warm brown works well. You are pretty monochromatic otherwise, with the rest of your clothing more or less living in the same realm of blue undertone. Not bad though, because it still ends up feeling visually interesting to me, especially with the addition of the gun adding some green. The warm colored hair I think helps too. If the hair was blue, it might be a little lackluster, but I think this is working in the right direction. I don't really have any major clarity concerns with it. I can read all the elements of the design and of the outfit with pretty decent amount of ease. So I can start sticking stuff on the rubric here. Color, good. No trouble. Silhouette, the hat is so good. I love the hat. I'm so happy about the hat. Honestly, leaving the weapon on does a lot for asymmetry in a way that I think does benefit the design. It might feel a little bit stiff, but the fact that this is meant to be a uniform student at a magic university, so I'm guessing this is a uniform. Most uniforms are very symmetrical, so this is one of those cases where because of the real world interpretation of, you know, clothing and the way that we, you know, culturally adorn ourselves for those kinds of circumstances, I would be willing to pass it for symmetry or asymmetry. But for silhouette, we need something on the head, just a little bit, maybe, please. And I do think the bubble skirt adds something neat that we may be lacking otherwise, so I'm going to take a little off for it. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail here is good. I am wanting a little bit more variety as far as texture goes. Now that we've talked about adding iridescence or adding transparency, I feel like those details are sort of a missed opportunity for how interesting your concept is. So I do want to see them, but what you have right now is working a-okay. For focal points, it is the face. The hair makes your face so focal. The hair being so warm and being the only place that you have that much warmth in one area. It works. And then concept and motifs. Your concept is so interesting. I love this concept. I love the idea of this as being an alternate form of magic. It feels fresh to me, something I haven't seen done before. I like how much joy there is in it too, where I feel like so many times magic is so serious. You know, we tend to think of like the high fantasy kinds of things for magic. But I love that this is whimsical in the way that it's magical. These are witches training to shoot enemies with water guns. I love this, and the fact that the water guns are not even like designed up to be like, oh, this is my rifle and it looks like a rifle. Nah, it's a Nerf water gun. I love that. It's so silly. It's so whimsical. I am so here for it. Which makes me hate, like that is offsetting the point that you are losing for the fact that I want you to push it even further. I want you to push it to the limit, because we're in it to win it, Aw, yeah. Here's your jump in reference for the day. That should be on the bingo now. I feel like I reference jump in excessively for some reason in these streams. That and there's another song I accidentally reference pretty often. Yeah, First Things First on the Realist. I say that often a lot too. No one expects the song references that I make, huh? It's never anything popular, never anything, you know, any of that sort, but it is something topical at least. You can't say I'm not topical with my song references. And I don't sing them, so I don't get content claimed, so everything works out in the end. Ooh. Oh, hi, Billy. Squiiji put you on the fridge. Yeah, also, you were on the thumbnail, weren't you? I believe you were. So, this is a creature. I've created Oh, I've created Lapras. Leg, shell, neck, head. This is a nice shape. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So not a nat 10, but a 10 anyway. 10 in my heart specifically. I love this. I love everything about it. I want to see it pushed to the nth degree as far as it can go, but I think it's befitting of a 10 out of 10. It fills me with joy and whimsy. Yeah, double bonus points. Uncommon. We have not given one of these two in a minute, I feel like. So this getting the compelling concept thing, I think it's deserving of it. And I'm happy I can finally give another one out. Yippee! Shootmates, give me a round of applause for Lux, please. And also, I'm feeling surprisingly normal. Also, why am I peaking? I'm peaking my mic. Why is that happening? Oh, was that maybe when I screamed earlier? It might have been. Is my volume higher than usual? Let me know if it's doing things it shouldn't be. Oh, I've been raided. Hi, Tamalama. And Tamalama, I don't know what to call you. I interact with you on Twitter. What do I call you? Anyways, welcome in. Sorry to appear and immediately be accosted. I am Squiiji. I am freelance artist Fungi. I am also an art educator. And we're doing VTuber design critiques today. We are looking at blue VTubers. We just gave a 10 out of 10, our second 10 out of 10 this stream, which is crazy. We got a nat 10, and we got a unnatural 10. We got a 10 with bonus points, which I'm very happy to see. But welcome in. Ento preferably. Thank you, bet. Thank you for letting me know. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? Caterpillars invading, eat all the paper and leaves. But not the mushrooms, right? Not the shroomates, right? You're not eating those, right? You're not to blame for the holes in my son's head, are you? God, I hope not. That'd be embarrassing if you showed up here after committing grievous injury to my son. That'd be crazy. Hi, Yuji. See, okay, yeah, this is a greeting now. That's good. I'm glad Hi, Yuji is catching on. We're hungry. I have fish cracker. Would that suffice? Would you like fish cracker? Day 1 of Mothmania? Oh wait, I saw that! So we had a tier list, played Silent Hill 2 remake, and the Horse Girl Gacha game. Hell yeah, I know all of these things. Silent Hill 2 remake, Joby is playing and has been having fun with, so I hope that was good. And the Horse Girl Gacha game! We're critiquing characters from that on Thursday. I hope your pulls were successful if you made them. I hope your, what is it called, career and your races went fantastically. Hope you had a good stream. If you and your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or smoke with me meing, please take care of yourself. You wanna stick around and hang out? I appreciate it, but you don't have to. Please prioritize looking after yourself. Pulled Lightning McQueen, let's go! We haven't looked at McQueen yet. She is slanted for Thursday. We looked at a bunch of them last week, so I know which ones those are. I know Gold Ship, I know Vodka, I know... What else did we look at? Special Week? We looked at... Oh, what is the green girl's name? I don't remember her already. The redhead. How did I forget my redhead? No! We looked at the cyber one too, who's... Bourbon? I don't remember what her first name was. Again, I'm losing it. Silent Suzuka, yes. Yes. Agnes Takian now? That's all I need to know. I've been seeing that name on Twitter recently now. My Twitter feed is nothing but horses, which honestly, there's worse ways to have it. Out of all the things where I see just like sharks lurking in the ocean, I'll see someone mention a drama and I'm like, couldn't impact me. It won't reach me. It's nothing but horses as far as the eye can see. Why am I rhyming? Takiyun? Is that not how, did I say it wrong? I might have. We don't eat mushrooms, you're safe? Thanks, I appreciate it. I appreciate you not showing up here and trying to eat me. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Also, I took my ibuprofen and drank a bunch of water and ate some food, and I actually feel much more normal now. So let's see if I can get one more design in here. Let's see if we can get one more crit in here. I might be able to. Also part of a sheep community, so I usually eat curtains as well. Hey, we tend to like sheep here. We have a couple of them. Got a couple of sheepy fellas. Where are my other sheep? Sheep! Yeah, there they are. There's my sheep. Shepherd, get him. Gorgeous, right? This is one of the ones that I should have honestly put in the last week where we had the fellows who were missed in some capacity, where she is one that was supposed to be the last one for when we did blue previously. So if I skip her again because I'm having funny little bit of head nonsense, I would feel incredibly bad about that. So I'm gonna give this the old college try and see if we can do it. Yeah, oh yeah, and Cinda's also and Cinda's our other sheep fella, but I feel like we have another sheep fella. There was a secret third sheep, if I remember correctly. Get down some water fast quick, and then we will look at cartoon. Actually, wait. I'll take that back. I'll read you the things about cartoon so I can think about them while I drink. Billy, yeah, you're right, you're not a sheep. Oop, hiccup. Cartoon, she, her. Oop, hiccup again, that's good. Cartoon, she, her, cartoon media. I have my design water-based due to the tiny version of myself wearing a boat in her hair, this guy, because my hair is shaped like waves, so I made her somewhat pirate adjacent. I want you to be as honest as possible in critiques. All right, true-mates, honesty. The kindest honesty we can have, but also honesty. I like that everyone's just telling us what creature they are. Hi, Amber the ant. Lucky enough, sheep don't eat mushrooms on lawns from bad neighbors. Oh, interesting. I know that foxes and deer eat certain kinds of mushrooms. They eat amanitas in Russia to experience the psychedelic joys of them. But I guess maybe sheep are not interested in that, which, you know, probably better for their health anyway to not be. I'm here for the upstanding, or upholding, rather, the health of sheep. No comment? Fair. Sea slug? Hell yeah. Water. Water's good for me. Oh, have I not been... My reminders of eating and drinking have also not been occurring because I think I have them turned off because they don't work right now as redeems because Twitch is doubling things. Intriguing. They've also mothed technically. I swear I don't capture them and turn them into clothing. I would never. I would never. Yeah, wait, so it made the noise as if it was pouring water on me and then it did not. Thank you for snacks though. Funny, here I turn myself into clothes. That's terrifying. That's like one step away from auto-cannibalism. I don't like the sound of that. That's intriguing. Some develop human levels of consciousness due to consumption of mushrooms. Oh, we're doing stoned ape theory right now in the Squiiji Twitch chat. I don't know if we can handle deer and foxes having the human level of consciousness. I feel like that would be incredibly dangerous for us. Now it's throwing cookies? It's supposed to. It's always supposed to throw cookies. It always throws cookies and fish cracker. It's supposed to throw both. How Victorian of you to turn your hair into clothing. Oh, that is true. Turning hair into lace. Yes. Who's the worm that ate the mushroom then? Looks at the shroommates. Which one of you did it? One of you ate the holes in my cap here. One of you. I don't know if I'll find out. I don't think you'll tell me because I'll move your card from green to red probably, but Angor, it's not weird, I promise. No, I believe you. I believe you, it's not weird. Who's the worm? Who's the worm? We have to go on a worm hunt here. What do they call it when you hunt for worms? Is it called, it's called worm grunting, right? Where you take the funny wooden stick and you like rub it on the ground, you go, and it like makes the noise. The thing. I can't make the noise with my mouth, but you know the noise, like the wooden frog with his like spine, those ones. That. We're gonna go worm grunting to find the worm. Yeah, to imitate rain. Yeah, to find the worm that may or may not have eaten some of my cap. But never my caterpillar form. Eat EG's cap. Caterpillars aren't something I'm afraid of. Caterpillars don't tend to eat mushrooms. They tend to prefer leaves. It's usually like grubs. So who's the funny little grubs? Who are the funny little wormies? Worms and grubs. It's you. Also tap the ground. Interesting. I will integrate these into my worm hunting repertoire. I've gone worm hunting before, so I will make sure that I, you know, do the best I can to learn and implement these techniques. Kiwi is the worm? I don't think Kiwi knows I exist, let alone has eaten me, so I think I'm safe from her. But that would be something, huh? Just accuse any given VTuber as having eaten part of me. Are any of my comrades in VTubing something that might eat me? I don't think they are. Most of my comrades are bats, surprisingly. I got a lot of bat comrades. Or just humans. Ah, wait, hang on. I got 2 perfectly punctured holes in my skull. Greebach is a vampire. I wonder if Gree took a big bite out of my whole skull. That would be scary. That would be interesting. Imagine if these are just 2 big old vampire bites in my head. Gary and I both got bitten on the skull by the same vampire. That'd be terrible for the Squiiji lore, I feel like. Somehow that feels worse to me than the idea that there are worms inside my head. None of these are great, but some of them are less great. Joking, couldn't help it, that's fair. I figured you may have been. Get some birds, they know how to get worms out. I don't know if I want a beak in there either, rooting around. I'm good. The worms are no longer here. They have vacated the space, I will tell you that much. These holes in my head, brain is empty. We know what it looks like inside my skull, because sometimes I'm on the back of my head. There's nothing in there. No worms, no brains, nothing. I am empty. Mushrooms don't need brains. What would I need brains for? I gotta hide mine. Anyways, enough yapping. I was supposed to drink water, and I did. Cartoon! So, I'm going to be honest with you because that is what you had asked for. I wasn't really getting pirate that much from this, which is kind of surprising. I feel like there's a couple very specific accessories or pieces of clothing that I tend to associate with pirates. Like, I can see water potentially as being something that is influenced here, and I don't even know if she needs a hat particularly, but there are just a couple of accessories that I think might push us in the right direction. And let me check. I might have it in my Pinterest boards. Where's my Pinterest boards? Do I have a pirate board? I might not. That might have been one of the ones I lost when my Pinterest for some reason purged itself, which still makes me really sad. Oh, I don't think I do. I don't think I have a pirate. Darn it. Dang it. Giving wizard? Yeah, I do feel a little bit more wizard here. The purples and blues, because of their saturation, feel a little bit magical, potentially. Yeah, old gun, yeah, a little blunderbuss situation might be good. A sword, yeah, weaponry. I think some accessories would be what would help to push us in the right direction. Also, Luce, thank you for following. What I think is that some of the things I tend to associate with pirates are, do you know the, I don't even know what to call it, but it's sort of a sash worn around the waist. We could repeat a material like this, where they'll wear something that's tied at one hip and then sort of like cascades down like this, and it could be transparent also. And then, you know, it has like the pieces where it's tied, and then maybe you could have your little pearls and stuff dangle off of it too. But something that I think we tend to associate with pirates is the way that they tend to adorn themselves with fabrics. I'm not sure what the practicality of this is. I'm guessing this is something that historically came from being worn or something to be something you could wipe your hands on, maybe? If I'm going to make an educated guess. I don't know much about pirates, so I don't have a more specific guess. But I think that might push us in the right direction. And then similarly, as people are saying hats, I do like your little paper boat that you have in your chibi, and I wonder if there is a way to construct this boat so that it feels like a pirate hat. Because right now, without the pirate hat, I think we are missing something of that angle. Similarly, I was gonna suggest if you don't want to go for the hat route, you do have a headband on, which is tied, but we can't really see it. It's getting a little bit lost in your hair. So I might suggest making it more apparent, just exaggerating it a little bit. And then sort of like down in here somewhere, if we could see that, like, you know, this is the ribbon of it that's cascading. And it does seem like you want to be a little bit more ornate, a little bit more feminine, a little bit better put together, maybe, than I feel like your average pirate might be. So we can keep it clean. I know people are suggesting to dirty things up a little bit. I love to add a little bit of grunge, a little bit of dirt, and I do feel like that might do you well, but it seems like that's not necessarily the aesthetic that this person is intending for. They seem to want a little bit more of something clean and more put together. So with that in mind, you know, adding that tied into the hair might be good, the sash around the waist might be good, although right now I'm actually pushing this, I feel like, in a different direction as well. I feel like I'm getting, I don't know if I'm getting pirate from inherently. I need to look at some pirates. Let me look at some pirates real quick here. Hang on. Let's see some pirates. Just fast, quick to see. Belt buckles, more browns. Why? None of these are pirates. What is happening? Pinterest? Question mark. None of those are pirates. Yeah, it feels a little bit like a fortune teller now, accidentally, is what I've done. And Bonnie. Oh, here's pirates. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna turn these things off that I tried first. Maybe it could be the hat. The things that to me, so what I'm trying to figure out is what makes a pirate? What is the shorthand that tells us pirate? And I'm seeing some things, yeah, boots, hat, coat, usually. Usually something that is tied around the stomach area as well. Seems to be related to something reading as a pirate. Pants shape also seems important, where a lot of the pants tend to be baggier around the knee and ankle, potentially. Hook hand, peg leg, yeah. So we definitely don't want to include all those things, because that'll feel a little bit too on the nose, or it might just feel a little bit too corny. But we should definitely be incorporating a couple of these things, because I think the problem right now is that out of all of the hallmarks that we tend to associate with pirates, I think this design doesn't really have any of them inherently. Where we have a blouse shape, you know, pirate blouses do tend to have a little bit more weight happening around the wrist in them. So I think that is pushing in the right direction. But I still feel like, you know, pirates, a lot of them have like a cravat or more flowing fabric, or they have, what do you call them? My favorite word that I never remember the term for. Oh, not the pauldron, the captain thing on the shoulders. One day I'll remember what those are called, and it's not today. I ask you guys every time. Yeah, epaulettes, thank you. I literally have that, I think, written on a post-it note here, but because I keep forgetting that that's what it is, I keep looking at it and I'm like, I don't know what that is. I don't know why I wrote that down. I don't know what that is. Should a VTuber who isn't disabled have prosthetics for a model? That is a good question, and it's one that I don't feel like I can necessarily answer. I do have a physical disability, but I am not somebody, I have all my limbs, so I feel like that would be a good question to ask somebody who is in that camp. But I don't know. But similarly, at the same time, I feel like there's a lot of designs that have like, you know, just like a robotic arm on them and people aren't bothered by it. But definitely that's one of those things to do a little bit of research into more so. I don't think I can give a definitive answer to that, unfortunately. I don't know if I have the credentials to tell you that one. And then granted, with anything like that, just because one person says it's okay and other people say it isn't, you can't just go based on one opinion. Sometimes there's a little more nuance to it than that. But I would imagine as long as it is being handled in a way that is respectful, it will probably be fair. Beads and hair, bandanas, frilled shirts, high boots, yeah. So I think for me, the first thing that I might want to do is suggest a change of shoe type. I love these pants, and I like lament the possibility of changing them. So I feel like, you know, if you're gonna go with white, we could stick with that. But I feel like we do need to have boots happening. Even if they're not that high of boots, we just need something. Because there are some boots that are even like lower and still a little bit chunky. And we don't make them chunky. We can make them elegant if that is what this design is wanting to be. But I do think that that will be something that pushes us in the right direction. We're not gonna be able to see them at all because they're the same colors in the background, but that is okay. Parrot companion, yeah. I do also want to point out that this version where there is a jacket is helping a lot. The jacket is doing a lot to push us in the right direction, I think, here. Because the jacket is just so strongly associated with pirates. And if you don't want to cover these beautiful sleeves that you have here, you could just toss the jacket over the shoulders too, where it kind of sits like this. And since it seems like you may be a live 2D model, this wouldn't be too bad to do. But then you can have like, here's your pirate collar. I am such a fan. I keep seeing pirate collars where they stand them like real tall and they make them like really exaggerated and like leaning. So we can make it a little bit ruffly and make it pretty, but I think it needs to be asymmetrical, and I think that will help us read pirate. It needs to stand up a little bit, potentially, also. And then if it has that sort of square, I don't know what to call it, square collar might be the word? Square collar? No, not collar, square, like button panels thing, where it's like folded back. It's like the British naval jackets. Put that in there. And then color this in. I'm making this so confusing. I'm doing the worst turn order ever of trying to draw this. Haha, turn order, magic. Parrot as Gary. Yeah, having a TTS pet that is a parrot could be nice, potentially. That could be interesting, but this, and then if you had sort of like the double-breasted buttons that run down it, I think that would be a step in the right direction. Fish Muncher, thank you for following. Hello, Father, what is your opinion on the what? I don't know what that word means. So my opinion is none. I'm not familiar. Hope that's not a bad word. I'm unfamiliar. Lapel? Yeah. What if she wore a vest or a jacket as a cape? Yeah, jacket as cape is kind of where we're going right now. Almost. Slightly. Similar to jacket as cape, but not completely. Because it is going to be hanging behind, but then we are going to be able to get some of that shape language in here in a way that I think will help us with being able to read what she is. Honestly, I might need more of this black, or, you know, we can bring the gold back in as trim to clarify the edges of stuff a little more. Gold is like really warm and light, but then, you know, trim. There we go. Like this. 100-eyed Greek monster? And live suggestions. Oh wait, you sent an idea. Okay, thank you. My opinion on Greek monsters is that they can't get me. They'll never catch me alive. I'm too strong for them. But like these ones that have like, you know, buttons or something on them and then have the shoulder epaulettes and then, you know, they even sometimes have like the thing where the shoulder stands out really like strong. Give me a shoulder pad maybe. And then it can cascade down behind. But I think that might help push us in the right direction also to have. And the silhouette of some sea critters might help bring the cross pirate. I think I'm a pirate sometimes. That's true! Zany, I can see what people might think you're a pirate sometimes. That checks out to me. Let me check live suggestions to see. I'm in the wrong server. That's not my home. I'm in someone else's house. Where is it? Meep. Let's see. Loading. Whoa, okay. Oh, so, you know, I am still a little bit getting fortune teller, potentially, from the way that this is, but I still think that there is potentially a need for having draped fabric, or even, I keep seeing in just like designs generally for pirates, they tend to have really big wide belts around like the upper stomach region. So I'm wondering if that might be good as well. Whoopsie, hang on, not you. You. Where, you know, you've got this purple color already. Could have a big, like, thick belt or something in here. Even if it's in purple and not in brown. But then that might also help. But I think there's just, like, a couple specific things. And for a belt, too, maybe it is something where I'm not drawing it in any particular way. But if it had a reference to something that is aquatic or in relation to boats, if it was an anchor, anything of that manner, that might help also. I don't think I've done a great job picking the colors I'm using for my examples, but that's okay. Like the idea of a pretty eye patch. You know, I am with you. A really pretty eye patch can go a long way, and they could be quite nice. Potentially. I might have to draw this in here too. And then, you know, like the sleeves could even add to the silhouette then too, where, you know, the sleeves, depending on how long they are, could be a part of like, okay, here's one sleeve. Here's the other sleeve in the back, and then like the bottom edge of the coat ends like down here or something. But then we can have, you know, those dangling anchor-like shapes. Oh, maybe repeat that for the belt. Dangling anchor-like shapes still cascading off of the jacket. Little epaulette situation. I feel like there's some congruent design thing we could do with the paper boat to make it into a pirate hat, and I feel like that might be smart to add something to the head area that pushes us in the direction of pirates as well. I like to believe the reason pirates have a baggy look is because pirates are always on the water at sea for long periods. Anything they need would end up making themselves with limited resources, such as shirts and garments. Shirt pants can be made using simple shapes, legit squares. Excess fabric can be tucked into their boots, tied up, belted off. Possible reason. That's fair, that's a theory. I would say that the theory also is probably going to be supported by the fact that wearing looser clothing is less stifling when you're under the heat. And also, you know, may assist with maneuverability, maybe, to some degree. But yeah, ragtag clothing, I think, does relate. Hi, Flavio. Maybe a tiny hat. Yeah, tiny hat. Stuck a feather in the cap, maybe, in some way, in some manner. Oh, I also see, you know what might be less fortune teller-y is if this might be a little bit more masculine than this design is wanting. But if you had your headband tied around your forehead instead of in your hair up there, and then we could see that, like, you know, it's hanging down from in here, that might be a little bit more in the right direction, potentially. You know what I mean? See what I mean? Potentially? Yeah. Oh, 800. Wait, waiting? Huh? What? Where? Oh, yeah. Oh, did somebody ask? You just want to send a design in the Discord stream suggestion channel, or is there anything to do to add to the form? Add to the form in the stream suggestions channel, or live suggestions. That's just for suggestions for what we're working on presently. Not for submitting your design to be critiqued yourself. Yeah. Barnacle tattoos or decorations. Ooh! Barnacles could be neat to add a little bit of, like, oceany stuff, and maybe if they stand out off the edge, that could be cool too. And they can be adorned, so they're not just feeling like little clusters. Treat them like gems or something, so then you have, like, your pearls maybe repeating around them. Make them just like little ornaments of some sort that are worn on the body. Belts might also be helpful, which I feel like there's not a lot of right now. If this, instead of being as ornate as it is in this manner, if this was a belt that's connecting this, that might also help. I feel like that is something specific about pirates, is they do tend to have a lot of belt kinds of things. Leather, I feel like, might also be important to consider for a pirate. Let me just look through a couple more pirates. Some of these pirates really look like Three Musketeers kinds of fellas. Ooh, you have vests and stuff too. Oh man, this is really making me want to say, I feel like the clearest thing to me right now as this stands is that I think you just need to reconsider the clothing if you want this to read pirate.
I have a message to the Fungal Kingdom of utmost importance. Nailu has gotten off the plane. I must go wash.
Oh, I'm glad you got off the plane. I hope you had a safe flight. Welcome back to wherever you're, not back, welcome to wherever you've landed. Thank you, Gary, for alerting us. Let me see. A couple more pirates. Yeah, big boots, pant shape. There's a couple things going on here that may help. Many whooshing. Very kind of you to wish many whooshing upon the shroommates. Yeah. Yeah. Hat. I get that this shape is probably in here to break the hair up a little bit, but I don't know if that's necessary. And also, I see the wave in the bangs, but I don't see it as much happening in the rest of the hair, where you might want to exaggerate some of these curls out past the end of your head in some manner, so that way, like, that's a little bit funny, but like, so that way we can get that they are having that sort of like white capped effect on them. Beep, thank you, Gary. Very, very articulate of you. But if we exaggerate some of them out past the edge, almost like how the cloud fella did before, a lot of these are really small, tight, really detailed shapes. I think they need to be bigger shapes in order to read more clearly. What did it even say? Gonna go hip, hip, yip, and yippee yay? What was wrong with that? Why, Gary, why was that not permitted? I read it, which counts. Is it, hang on, I have a hunch, wait. I have a really silly hunch. I have a really goofy hunch as to why it doesn't like it. Yeah, it might be because it says P. Gary, are you not permitting yourself to say the word P? Try that.
Gonna go hip, yip, and yippee yay.
Yep, that is it. So you gonna say it in Gary's voice now? Gonna go hip, yip, and yippee yay. I'm not robotic enough. Gonna go hip, yip, and yippee yay. It was P. That was what it was. Oh, Gary. Man, you really draw the line in silly places, huh, man? But hair. More bigger shapes for the waves so that we can see them from a distance. Barnacles might be nice. If this accessory you have on the chest read more like a cravat, that might also help. And you can still like have it tucked in here. I know that this is probably a situation where you want to show cleavage, potentially, based on the way this is designed. But hear me out, it is still going to be rather interesting to have the skin exposed on either side of it. I do just think that might be something that's important to push us in the right direction. Here? Yeah. It can still be tucked in, but yes. Great job, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Think about it. Cravat. Honestly, the more I do it, the more I'm like, oh, exaggerate. But I think that you just need to reconsider what your intentions for the clothing are, because I'm not reading pirate, unfortunately, right now. Add a weapon, add an accessory, add some belts, add some draped fabric. Grunge up a little bit if that's something you're open to. But I do think that as it stands, it just needs a push to be more piratey. If you can find a way, because I don't know if I have the cleverness in me right now with my brain being kind of funny right at this second, But there might be some way you can combine paper boat with pirate hat, and it might just be like... I'm just drawing this right now.
Parental unit, I require higher uppies right now, otherwise I will go eat concrete.
Oh wow, you are really low, Gary, huh? It's because I'm leaning down. What if I fix my posture? Does that count as uppies, Gary? Will you accept that? Yeah, I think that works. Cannonball hairpins. Ooh, interesting. This doesn't look like this, but I just wanted to write the note of paper boat pirate at. How many designs Squiiji can go through? Yeah, however many I manage to make it through in a day. We often gamble because it does vary from time to time, but often it's 6. Today might be 5, but I may just pull through the end of stream here and somehow get through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 anyway, in some miracle, despite the fact that I maybe have an aura that I might have bested with the ibuprofen power. We'll see. Shh, let's be 5 so I can win. No, if I end stream early, then I'm canceling it because it's not fair. But paper boat pirate hat might be smart. I do think you need some sort of like, hang on, fabric draped somewhere for feeling like a pirate. Any of these things I think will put us in the right direction. Boots. Pay attention to what things pirates have in the design so that way they can therefore be replicated, because as it stands right now, I'm not reading pirate from you, unfortunately. But a couple little accessories and I think we can get to there. As far as color design goes, colors are nice. They are quite blue, but there is some depth to them. The contrast they have with the nice warmth of your skin tone is pretty nice. Let me turn off all the things I have done and all of their insanity so I can do my other checks. For color, it's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to be disruptive. You're good. No, you're good. You're not being disruptive. What? You're fine. Oh, I didn't clear this off yet. Hang on. Whip. Color palette. It's fine. I don't have any clarity issues. It is all right. Here it is. As far as focal point goes, Shermates, where do you look first? Tell me, Shermates, where do you look first as far as...
2 tablespoons of cement, a handful of water, a tin of sand and gravel. Please, am desperate for concrete. My hunger goes beyond the universal planes.
Your hunger goes beyond the universal plane. Where does it go? Gary, where is it going beyond the universal planes? We talking the planes like in Magic? Where are you going? What do you mean? Please don't go to the Eldrazi plane with your hunger, Gary. I don't think you'll come back. I would like you to survive. Please. Hi, Angelica. The bodice, to be honest. Also thigh, torso, corset. Yeah. My eyes do go... Hi, Citrus, also. My eyes go directly to the corset, I will say. And it's a contrast thing. The skin tone and the pants being darker than the corset, just by sheer contrast, is pushing us to look in that area.
I will eat worms and cause arson later, maybe.
Maybe. So not confirmed. You would confirm that you're gonna eat worms and cause arson later, but you're thinking about it, Gary. I don't know if I want you to enact those as your plans for the evening, but that's fine. That's fine. The focal point is focaling. Virgo. It's not supposed to, this is not meant to be the focal point. It should not be. It's okay if it's partially focal, but it shouldn't be the entire thing. Hey. Some of the stuff that I was doing, I think, is making it a little bit less focal in some manner, because now we have white up here. Whoa, lordy. Yeah, yeet is true. I did get super yeeted because everything's doubled for some reason. Take one and pass it to the next guy, or double it and pass it to the next guy even. You would help pretty eye patch. Maybe pretty eye patch. And Gary enters the battlefield, devour 2, destroy target artifact. Target artifact probably was made of cement or rock, maybe potentially. So busy today, can't stay, but dropping in for a bit. Hi, Honda Butter. So kind of you to stop by. Double and eat your cake too. Yeah, let's combine all of our phrases. But putting this over the white area underneath the chest is limiting how much of the white there is. Wow. Did my eyebrows just clip through my hair? Did you see that? When I came back? That was really strange. What was that about? Huh. But this white headband, I think, is pushing us in the right direction as far as bringing more white up around the face. This is one of those circumstances where I may say, yeah, Mad Buns, I'm with you here. This is a classic what if the eye color were different situation. The eye color is found within the palette elsewhere, and I don't want to change the hair color because the hair is meant to be waves. So, what if we hue shift the eyes? I'm gonna make the color really wild first, just so that I can see it, and then we can slide through values just to see. So I don't have a particular color I'm settled on. Green is very intense. But like, that kind of helps already in some manners. Let me go edit, tonal correction, yeah, hue. I can hue slide us. Let's see. Like, that's a little bit more green, which I think does help. Yellows are probably not going to be a good range, so it might be too close to the skin tone. Purple, I think because it's so dark, might not work also. And I don't want to make your eyes lighter either, but a little more green in undertone, I think, does nudge us in the right direction here. Oh, wait, that didn't even change anything? Did I do enough? Yeah. A little more green in undertone, I think, is helping. And it does make me wonder also if we just need like a more contrasting eye color. Do pirates wear makeup? Is that a crazy question to ask? Where if, I feel like if there was dark eye makeup, potentially that could help. Also, I see people who cosplay as pirates wear eye makeup, but I feel like it might be one of those things where, you know, you're out on the high seas and you might want to do the kind of thing that, not to make this like modern and relevant in some way, but football players do, or like athletes do. When I played lacrosse, we did this, where you put the black on the height of your cheekbones because it cuts back on reflections getting into your eyes. Yeah, for glare. So that might look a little bit scary, which maybe is not what you want, but there might be like a pretty sort of ornate way of doing it that might be good. Yeah, charcoal potentially for that area. Yeah, I mean, yeah, same brain, yes. So I wonder if that might be good as well, because that'll push the contrast of your eyes, but it might also make you feel a little bit intimidating. So if it was like, oh, like wave, like swirling kinds of patterns or something, so that way it feels ornate and sort of pretty. And maybe you don't have to do it on both eyes, but if you treat it as something that's like an accessory as opposed to just being something like really dark, it might be good. And then we get one of my favorite things that I love to see in any kind of oceany design. I love when we go a little eldritch. Just give me a little eldritch as a treat. Oh, honestly, that's kind of interesting. That adds a little bit of mystery. Smoky eye time or lidded eyes. Yeah, so like, I'm just playing around with that as maybe something that could be interesting. There's a little heart there already, but let me also just try like a smoky eye look also. I'm gonna blur it out. Don't worry, this is way too intense right now, but I'm just putting this on here so that way there's color, and then I will blur it and blend it and make it less. Whoops, that's actually too much blur. Hang on. Less blur. Blur my edges out. We've done a lot of makeup design today, I feel like. Maybe I need to do a little research into makeup. My airbrush a little smaller. I gotta corral this shape in properly. It's a little bit weird right now, and then I did lose a little too much of it on the eyeliner. It could even be like a little sparkly if you want it to feel nice and feminine and pretty. But like, oh, dark, smoky. Oh, wait, actually, I mean, it kind of looks like she got punched in the eye when I have that turned on underneath, but hang on. I think we're cooking. I think this is the right move. I think a little smoky eye is in the, I think that's in your future. We can even have a little bit come like under the eye too, because it really makes your eye whites stand out. And I think that is really driving us into the face a lot more for contrast. It looks like a black eye, I think, because I only have one of them. If we do the other one, does it look less like a black eye? It might just be that I'm failing to render it very nicely. And that blue might not be the choice, but hang on. Pull some of the dark colors in here. Black eye or eye bag. Eyeshadow helps. I may have to modify it so it doesn't look like you got punched. However, I think as far as contrast goes, oh, look how striking those eyes are now. The eyes are really pulling me in now. No, the tentacle design. We can have the tentacle design back if we really want it. That does add a nice little element of mystery and does make the face more focal through detail. So, what I suggest, consider these as potential options. You don't have to do them, but I do think that does help with making the face work the way it should be. My bed, but not smoking me. Enjoy comfy time in bed. Always need to say hi, at least to drop a like. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah. Well, it does look way more like a black eye with the tentacle though, so tentacle might need to be blue or handled in some different way. Looks like an ink spot, a little bit. Tentacle might need to be modified slightly in order to work properly, but I think that's helping make the face more focal as well right now. The eyes are really sucking me in now, and maybe all it takes is just like a little gradient on here so that it isn't as intense. Also, wherever the shoes are, I'm just putting this over stuff right now, not very cleanly. But I think that is helping bring us back into the face potentially. So that's what I would say. Bring us to the face, focal point. It's not your face, unfortunately, but there's a way to make it. Whoops, that's an airbrush. Hang on, try again. For silhouette, I think your silhouette could be more and more exaggerated, but I do like the pants shape and the sleeve shape for what it's worth, but you are also completely symmetrical once again. What we did by adding the jacket and stuff like that is also supplement your silhouette. I've added some asymmetry with the way the collar sits, which I think you do need. And if you did add a hat, like I drew it really cartoony, but if you add a hat, I think that would do some favors for you for symmetry as well, for reducing it a little bit. Because I think that's the other thing, is that pirates really are not that symmetrical because their clothing tends to be a little bit more disheveled, a little bit more well-worn, a little bit more draped. So I think that you need some of that asymmetry potentially. For complexity versus clarity, we want you to add a little more in the accessory area because we kind of need those for the concept. And conceptually, you're not really reading as a pirate. I can see the sleeve shape feeling like a pirate, and I can see that you've made an attempt with the bows around the neck. But I feel like most of the hallmarks of being a pirate are not present, but I do see the wave angle, so I don't want to take that away entirely. So I might, yeah, put that right there. Might be the place for it. Grade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10? I think it's mostly just conceptually, you haven't found all the ways to express what you're intending to quite yet. The drawing itself is beautiful though. The colors are lovely. But I think that we can clarify the concept a little bit, and I think that'll help push us the rest of the way to higher numbers if we like. But yeah, art is beautiful. Also, I enjoy the concept of having your hair be waves. It's very pretty. Good work! Round of applause! Amber and Edward have already started us. Can we get some clapter, please? For cartoon. And you know what? We only got 10 minutes left here, which is crazy. I didn't think I was gonna make it through all of stream, and you know, why not? This is another one we should have gotten to previously. It's nice to see afros being used in creative ways. Yes! This is the second one today we've seen where we have like hair texture being used in an interesting manner. Here, the like coils are being used to be reminiscent of waves. And then for Bun Bun, almost like, I don't want to say micro dreads, I don't think they're that small, but the almost like dread-like hair groupings feel like yarn, which makes sense for being a little plushy toy. I love cleverness. It's nice, it's neat. I love when hair is a primary consideration in designs because I feel like in so much of VTuber design, hair ends up being, I want it long and pretty, and that's kind of it, and that's all that goes into it. So I'm always so happy to see when more clever angles are brought into play. We love to see them. Man, it would have been really cool if I had in my bingo like aquatic or like blue or like something else in the thing. I've got flower and plant motif, which is not happening. I didn't get the celestial motif either. There's no tech wear. I don't think this counts as tech wear. I mean, the pants are maybe a little bit. No have to pee poses. Everybody's toes have been pretty straightforward. Good posture, all of you. I haven't screwed my layers up. Maybe I could goof up my layers on purpose if I really want. Man, I am not getting bingo. I never get bingo, ever. I never get bingo. What is up with that? Do you guys get bingo ever? Do you guys get bingo? Is that a thing that's even possible? Or have I made it too hard to get bingo by adding too many options? Because I'd believe it if that was the case. I got bingo once or twice. Okay. I got bingo once or twice, but like a long time ago. And I think I got bingo for one of the charity streams. Got bingo like twice. Do you get close at least? Gotten bingo rarely. Okay. Interesting. Intriguing. I am so often one away. Like if we had a clown or a jester, I'd get bingo. if we had a, oh wait, we did have a uniform outfit. That makes me want to weigh. I have to pee pose, which we haven't had for that bingo. And then if I had no visual weight in the silhouette and hair vents, that'd be another bingo. Like anatomically unusual breasts and things that kind of never come up. We have used that once or twice, but you're right. Maybe that one does warrant a removal. If there are specific ones that we found are not as common as we thought they might be, we can remove them from the list there. Depends, E.g., would you say that any of the silhouettes lacked visual weight? Good question. Let's see. Nope, that is visual weight. 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 This didn't have very much visual weight. Ah, see, actually, it might be this one that doesn't have visual weight, potentially. If we get rid of the stuff that I had done, so we can see it. Ah, there is still, no. I mean, the sleeves are still wide around the waist a little bit. I don't think that counts. I don't think I'd count that. And then this one has big gauntlets, so, yeah. Yeah, big hand crew returns, yes. Nope, yep. No visual weight in silhouette. It has not happened today. Which, honestly, good. Glad that it has not happened. I should be happy about that, but anyways, let's do a final one. Let's do a final one. I'm feeling optimistic. I'm feeling actually fine, and we can go over at the end of time. I'll be okay. I actually feel mostly normal at this point. I think I might have just been dehydrated. Sure, mates, hydrate or dihydrate, as I have provided a glowing example of. Hydrate, or you start to lose things like vision, maybe. Also, temperature regulation. That's kind of an important thing. Keep your water intake up. You can't regulate temperature in your body if you don't have enough water in it. So this is Star, she, her, they, them, which I believe was listed in order of preference. This is only a rough concept of a persona for myself based on the two usernames I usually go by, Star and Grims. I've been struggling trying to find a balance between the two until I made this concept where I incorporated monsterish hands and stars to reference those themes. There isn't necessarily any lore of the persona, other than it being a stylized version of myself, referencing my personal dress style, Y2K. Oh, Y2K! Luigi, for sure. Oh. This is a different Star. Yeah, surprised at how many Star-related fellas we have today. My interest in monster designs and media and games, the hands, my long time being referred to as a star online, star motifs on the head and chest, okay. Wisps on the elbows of the arms are also meant to be referenced to my heritage, inspired by Thai Kranok patterns. Ooh, I'm gonna Google that. Thank you for giving me the words. Kranok pattern. Oh, intriguing. Oh, okay, I see. This is what they are talking about with Kranok patterns. Honestly, I kind of want even more of it. There is such an interesting ornateness to it. Yeah. Oh, EG into an ad is wild. Oh, sorry. Get wrecked with an ad. But this is neat. It almost feels like it is reminiscent somewhere between fire and wings in shape language. It's reminding me of, I guess, like Phoenix types of illustration, where this makes me yearn for some of this in the design itself. Maybe not, it doesn't have to be directly it. Whoops, I still have extras open. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting us up to Zany. That was very kind of you, rescuing Zany with, rescuing Zany from getting the, what do you call it? The jump scare of ad in the middle of me getting spun. That was very kind. Hey, showmates, can we rotate for Edward, please? Very kind of you. Zany deserves a sub, fair. Zany as the creator of Pand EG is deserving. I agree with this statement. I, having seen this, want more of it. I feel like this could be incorporated into some of these star motifs in a very interesting way, and I will say, I don't know if I have the brain power to try and do pattern work right this second myself, but, like, who's to say you couldn't have some of that, like, cool... Hang on, not this color, please. What is happening? Cool, like, ornate shapes, you know, coming out of your stars, and, you know, you get, like, the dark shape inside of it, or, you know, there's, like, these little, like, spiraling filigree moments or something somewhere, and they come up to this, like, point at the top. I feel like what this design needs a little bit more of is detail. You've got a lot of really big shapes, and you've got some medium shapes, but really nothing as far as small shapes go. So by me adding some of this more specific detail and making this what is otherwise kind of like the generic anime four-pointed star into something more ornate, drawing from those inspirations and references you've listed, I think is going to work well for you. So I'm just like adding more little bits of detail in here, but from a distance, that's going to make it visually more interesting, having all that stuff. I haven't rendered it super cleanly, but we get the idea, theoretically, hopefully, maybe. And even doing that, you know, for the other elements of, you know, the stars and almost the lightning bolt that's making up these horns, I think would be steps in the right direction for you. RBG's also kind of low. Oh yeah, you can see my head over it. Wait, it's just 'cause I'm sitting funny. I think it's just 'cause I was sitting not correct. I think I was, even if I have good posture, if I move my chair forward like this, it makes me sit lower just to the tracking. And if I like move my chair backwards, I sit here. And I think because I'm going like this, it ends up tilting it. Stretch? Thanks. I will do so. Okay, so a little bit more ornateness. Potentially, maybe. Please, just because I feel like we just need a little more detail in here. It doesn't feel super detailed as it is. Even if you had like more of them happening, like in here, or these little cracks in here, if they were becoming this kind of pattern, that could be very neat to increase our detail level just a little bit. Y2K, as far as clothing goes as the inspiration, is very interesting because I feel like I don't associate Y2K with like a vest type shirt. Wow. Let me see. Y2K. I might be slanted by the revival of Y2K, where it ends up being a little bit more pastel a lot of the time, but when I think Y2K, I think of like denim. Yeah, like crop tops are prevalent, flowy kinds of shirts, like miscellaneous patterns that have like beads. Things tend to be just like ever so slightly gaudy sometimes. See the pants, but not for the top. Yeah, cargo pants are, yes. Cargo pants are part of Y2K, but I feel like there could be more done to push us in that direction. Thank you for hydrate also. I will take a sip. Thank you for speaking. The belts, I think, might also be going in that direction, but okay, me just like scroll through some Y2K fits to see if I can isolate what I might want. Oh, so like the neckline might be an interesting area, because when I think of Y2K shirts, the Y2K shirt that I think of, because I had one, is the one that goes like this, and then it has like the thing where it goes around the neck, right? And it goes like this, right? And it's kind of like cinched. You know what I'm talking about? So I feel like this would fulfill a very similar kind of shape as what this is already fitting. Oh wait, you can't see what I'm doing. Hang on. This shirt. Do you know the one? Whoopsie, it was buying my merch. Oh, even raided! Hello, welcome in. Zindulane. I'm so sorry if I goof up your name. I am teacher. I have the teacher debuff on reading names, but welcome. I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We are wrapping up our VTuber design critiques here today with our final fella, who is a sort of monster-inspired and also star-inspired fella. We're trying to increase the vibes of Y2K in the fit right now, but welcome in. Sure mates, you know the deal? Rotate at them. You already are, and I'm rotating at them as well. But I hope you had a good stream. Also, mods, thank you guys for getting the shoutouts today. I don't know if I thanked you earlier, but thank you. Potentially playing Shin Megami Tensei, Sakuna, and the Somnium Files. Intriguing. Perfectly pronounced, no worries. Hell yeah! Rare Squeegee pronunciation win. I'm so happy to hear that. Good guess. I am doing swell. I had a little bit of a funny, almost like migraine aura earlier, but we have adapted and overcome it with the power of ibuprofen, and I am finishing my final design for the day. How was your stream? I hope it was good. If you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling and eating, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. But if you want to stick around and hang out, you're welcome to do so. Oh, okay, Moobot, that was a totally fine amount of rotation to be had. Moobot, cool it. Moobot has been an emoji hater today, and I don't know why. So I'm so sorry, Angelica. I don't know why sometimes Moobot's like, no, actually, you can't spin for the Raiders. Not today, not right now. You cannot spin for it. Still salty about my Pinterest. Used to have an account with so many cool clothes, but then Pinterest banned me. Let me tell you, Mad Buns, do you remember when I was on stream? I think it was with Yam, trying to figure out my Clown Miku, and all of my Pinterest boards were gone. Some of them came back, but not all of them, and I don't know what happened. I feel like I got like nuked from orbit by the moderation for some reason. Like, I don't know what happened. Oh, and see, Moobot deleted something else. And someone else tried to rotate and Moobot still didn't like it. Don't post that specific thread of rotation. Apparently only I can do it. Apparently Moobot doesn't let anyone else do that kind of rotation. But do you know the shirt I'm talking about? This one? This shirt. With like the ring that holds the fabric and it's kind of like flowy, right? And kind of like down here. We could make this less flowy and less like feminine feeling, but I feel like if we kept that shape of shirt, that might help with Y2K. I see Ruku has also suggested us some in the live suggestions. Let me see. Ooh, these types of tops are popular. Hang on, wait. Yes, hang on. Yes. Jean shirts, crazy. I kind of love them though. So hang on, let me show you all what Ruku has shown us. These are a little bit more, like slightly more masculine, which I think would fit, but we could still leave this as like a crop top, potentially, but the bedazzling is, I think, what helps. The star for the zipper point, this big chunky necklace, and the collar. The fact that we can see the construction too. Honestly, my suggestion to you, if you want your chest cut out, keep your chest cut out in here, but like, we could just do like, this becomes cropped, it keeps the zipper, get rid of all that, essentially. And then instead of, you know, where the sequins are up here, you could add them almost in like your little like flame patterns that you have somewhere lower on the design so that they're mimicking these things somewhere else. Yeah. So the threat of rotation instead. Yeah, I think we're just loosely threatening rotation at you. It kind of allowed some of the rotation to happen. Maybe we got some spinning, but not as much as I would have liked. Looks so cool and unzipped. Oh! It could also, that's true, we could unzip it so then also it sits open in a similar shape that is already there. Thank you, Ruku, for your research here. But yeah, so my note to you, do this. Because I don't think I'm getting Y2K from the current top you're wearing. I think this would help a lot. And then this collar as opposed to the other collar might help. Yeah, get the directionality, yeah. Yeah. More variety. We always love more variety. So, slightly different top situation. Oh, maybe you could even have it, like, I don't know if this is something that would even work, or I don't know how it would work, but if you want this area to be open in the chest, you could make it almost seem like the zipper has broken. So then, like, you know, you can see the teeth of it in here, like it's not really like zipping and holding properly for some reason. And then you could have that be where the gap is, where the opening is. You know what I mean? Maybe. Or maybe it's just partially unzipped at the top, potentially. I don't know. Something like that in that area. But yeah, I need something more specific. Zoning out, and my advice to you, if you want your chest cut out. That is quite the sentence, especially from me, huh? And fabric shopping got some of that made me think of you. Oh, intriguing. E.g. fabrics. Are you gonna construct things in my image? I'm intrigued. Hope shopping was good though. But yes. Partially unzip it up here, maybe you can still have your shirt underneath because, let me tell you, Y2K, people loved the camisole under things. The cami, popular. People love the camisole being worn under stuff. I do think the pants are more or less okay, the way that they are. But I still feel like I'm yearning for more Y2K type of accessories, if that is what you want to lean into with the aesthetic. Where, like, chunky earrings of interesting shapes, things that are of that like really like grungy metallic sense. Crop tops are so popular also. Yeah, like a necklace maybe, something. I feel like we just need to accessorize a little bit more for Y2K. All the weird belts that people wore. Oh, some of the goth stuff. Some of this stuff is just a little bit too feminine, I think, for what this design is trying to be. Ooh, but look at this. Hang on. I don't know how, especially Y2K, this feels. But this might be interesting, having pattern work on the pants also, maybe. Windbreakers were everywhere. That's two. The pants can be low rise. Yes! Oh my gosh, wait, let me tell you the strangest thing, which is that for some reason, low-rise pants are coming back, and I don't know how I feel about it. Roommates, did you wear low-rise pants in the early 2000s? Those of you who were alive, even at a point in time where that would have been valid to do. Did you wear low-rise pants at that time? I didn't. I have never understood them. My hip shape, they just don't work with at all. They don't stay on. If I wear low-rise jeans, they will just fall off of me. Like, I need a belt even to wear high-waisted jeans sometimes. I have hips, but like, jeans just never fit me. I was a child or so at the time. Granted, I was young, but like, I don't know. If you have booty, it was impossible. See, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. You could not wear them if you had like hips or any amount of booty. It just did not work. You could not wear them. But, so weirdly, they're like making a comeback right now, and I don't know how I feel about it. My sister is wearing them, and I'm, you know, she always kind of has her finger on the pulse of what's going on in fashion, and this is one of the ones where I'm like, girl, I don't know about this. She is shaped like a 2x4, so she can get away with it. Not really fully like a 2x4, but like she doesn't have much in the way of like hips or stuff like that, so it fits her, and she doesn't struggle to wear it. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they're coming back. It's so odd. Now we're sold high-waisted trousers. I am holding onto my high-waisted pants for dear life, because if they vanish, it's not going to work. Right now they're just mid-rise, it's cute. They're not low-rise until you have bedazzled undies they'll show. I was not pushing this down much further just because I don't want to redraw this belt, if I'm being so honest with you, but I could low-rise them a little bit more. We can't do a Twitch TOS violation. We cannot show the bedazzled undies. We can't do that. Twitch would not like that. We can't have any pelvis visual, but, or visible, not visual, but we can at least have them lower than they were potentially, and I think that will feel a little bit more Y2K inspired. And then from what I was just looking at there, having some of that pattern work maybe on the pants might make them feel more specific. I might even like tell you to exaggerate the shape of your pants even more. I'm not sure I understand the cross-leg bag happening at the mid-knee. That feels like it'd be incredibly uncomfortable to bend your leg in, because your knee is gonna be right in the crosshair, and then that'll go slack because of the tension change potentially, and then it'll fall off. So be aware of that. That might not be inherently the most practical of place to put something like that. More exaggeration in the leg of your cargo pant, maybe? Let's see. Bedazzled undies will have to go to a fan art thing. Oh my god. Wear my pants like firm! Honestly, I also wear my pants like firm. I wear my pants up to my rib cage if at all possible, and also with a belt. Actually, as I speak, that is what I am wearing. I have a very short torso. I don't know actually if my torso is that short, but I feel like I have a short torso. So even like sometimes regular height jeans, especially when I sit, like touch my rib cage. Maybe my rib cage is just long. I don't know, but I do feel that. I like them riding on my hips. Yeah, I like my pants just a little higher potentially, but yeah, more Y2K in the shapes of things, potentially, with like the collar, with the pants, with the low rise, if you want that to be the aesthetic you're aiming for. Y2K accessories, you know them, you love them. Oh, Pinterest, don't do this to me. Why are you mad? Oh, Pinterest has detected my ad blocker now. Pinterest is like impossible to use with the ads turned on. It's such a pain in the butt. But Y2K accessories, you know them. The funny, like horizontal rectangle colored sunglasses, or like the black, you know, this one, these sunglasses. You know them, you love them. That's nothing. Where is it? Where's the image? Hello? Why can't I copy the image? Why? I've been forsaken. Come on. I'm just gonna screenshot. These. And see, look, they have a star right on them already. Snap bracelets, silly bands. Yeah. These glasses. Armbands below the shoulders can help. The area on the shoulder feels kind of bare. That is true. It does feel a little bit bare. What is like, is that like a Y2K thing? I'm trying to think of, like, I feel like in Y2K, arms were pretty bare until you reached the wrist, potentially. Partner still wears those? Hell yeah. Glow sticks? Not what I was thinking. Oh, I see. Belly chains, scarf uses belts, fringe necklaces. Yeah. I feel like this design is wanting to be maybe a little bit more masculine than some of those accessories, although I'm sure there's a more masculine angle of those accessories. But my suggestion to you, my fine fella star that you are, accessorize. You just need more detail. This is my classic EG for the sake of Bingo making it explicitly clear. Do a little fashion research maybe for Y2K. Body tattoos, oh yeah, classic. I mean, it's low. There is a very particular kind of tattoo that I tend to strongly associate with that time period, which does relate to the reason why my elementary school principal was gotten rid of, which I think is insane now being the age that I am, that was their deciding point for getting rid of her. Do you know the one? Can you imagine the one I'm thinking of? That was the reason they cited for firing her, which is her having that. Yeah, some of us said it in a funny way. As they call it, sorry, pardon my French, tramp stamp. That one. My principal had a tramp stamp, and it was literally, like, they were like, oh, she's exposing kids to, like, inappropriate whatever, something. And all it was, like, she was a really good principal. She was really fun. She cared a lot about her job. I think they just wanted her out of there because I lived in a very conservative area, and she was not very conservative, like, politically. Which might be why. But maybe a slightly crazy suggestion here, but if you were be open-minded to it, tattoos of that nature might be interesting. For Y2K, a little bit of fur somewhere even, yeah. A butterfly with a tropical flower and tribal filigree, yeah, that is, yeah. Chain belt, yeah, chain belt maybe, yes. All of these things, potentially, yes. Slay. Yeah, so I would like something of that nature. Oh man, I forgot about these hats too. Hang on, there's so many potential options. I don't want to crowd your head area, but do you remember this shape of hat? This shape. What do you call this shape of hat? But this shape of hat is also so Y2K. But the bedazzled skull and everything, crazy. But like, you could have this hat and then have it bedazzled to be shapes like this thing, right? Yeah, I had hats like this when I was kind of a kid at that time. I would qualify as a kid, I think. But I had hats like that. Yeah, and corduroy, yes! I think I had one that was like a brown corduroy? And then I also think I had a jean one, if I'm remembering correctly, like a blue jean one. And my blue jean one, I think had cats, like a cat face on it. I don't know, but immediately to think of JoJo. See, JoJo does draw inspiration from this era of fashion. JoJo loves crop top, let me say that, from what I've observed. Captain hat, is it really? Interesting. Careful, Thailand has laws against religious symbols as tattoos. Ah, so we won't do that. We won't do that as a tattoo, but as bedazzling, that would probably be the way to go. Green one that might have been camo. Oh, I bet it was camo. I bet it was camo. This whole outfit I'm looking at right here that this is paired with is like cheetah print, has lip gloss paired with it, and the sunglasses. What I'm gonna say is we're kind of spending a long time just on this part of the design. Do some fashion research. I think there's a more specific way to convey Y2K in the fashion that would be better, and I don't want to harp on that too long. But generally, I want more of this pattern. You need more detail as far as detail level goes, and do some fashion research, potentially, if possible. Let me close this. I don't need this open anymore. It's taking up too much of my screen. As far as silhouette goes, the hands are fantastic. The horns are really good also. Those are gonna be really specific for your silhouette. But I do think that we can get more specificity, maybe out of your hair or something else. This adds a little bit of asymmetry to your silhouette, as does this. I feel like the hair could be a little more asymmetrical also. When I'm thinking of like Y2K hairstyles, also I think of like... is Snooki's hairstyle Y2K? I think it is, right? Like I think of the like more diagonal style of bangs and stuff like that, where that would add a little more asymmetry potentially. There were 3 styles that were super popular: urban glam, butterfly sparkle stars, and the tropical glam. Yeah, yes. Pick one of those perhaps to incorporate here. But I feel like the hair could use just a little more asymmetry as well, potentially. Yeah, millennial side part. I have a millennial side part. I might not when you see me at Otakon, but I have a millennial side part currently, presently, as I'm sitting here right now. I don't know if I qualify as a millennial, but based on the way I guess my hair is, yeah. But Hair. Do maybe consider modifying the hair shape a little bit just so it adds more asymmetry and adds more to your silhouette. But the silhouette isn't bad. The hands help add some distinction. The horns help add some distinction. The color palette itself, I have to say, is very pleasing. It's mostly complementary, blue and orange. We've got some yellow. It's not quite split complementary, but it's close. So I'm here for the color palette. As far as clarity goes, I don't really have any trouble discerning the edges of objects against each other. So I can start doing some grading on that front. Colors, they're fine. Silhouette, good, but I want more. Complexity versus clarity, I want more detail. I think we need a little bit more detail. Do fashion research. But as far as concept goes, I see the monster angle. I see the little bits of stars that are in things. I would suggest maybe, because right now the stars are treated a little bit like decals, where they're just kind of, it's just sort of placed as an object in that shape. The horn is becoming more integrated, but I would challenge you to find ways to integrate the stars more throughout the clothing, where, like, you know, you've got these little metal thingamabobs here. What if this, I don't know, it's not a carabiner, but what if this hardware was shaped like a star, and then it feels like this, like, fun shooting star shape coming around your leg? That's neat, that's small, that's clever, but just little things like that. You know, even if this had, like, you know, something funny attached to it so that it becomes, you know, this has 5 points now as opposed to 4, that is going to be subtly reminiscent of a star. Just little things. Find other ways to incorporate your motifs into the design, and I think that will also help us out with wanting just a little more of that detail that we would like to see, perhaps. Right? Let me see, what else do I have? Yeah, more specificity. But I do think we can push some aspects of the concept further. The monster angle I can see, the star angle I can see, but I'm gonna be picky and say that I want more. Focal points. We have to ask you guys again, I think, because I'm not sure. The last one I asked you about was because I was sure, and I just wanted you all to point it out. But for this one, what is the focal point for you? I'm kind of bouncing all over the place, which is not a bad thing, but I'm not really landing on the face for any extended amount of time. What is the focal point to you? I say as we are about to fall into an ad. Help! Ad break! I've lost my shroommates! They're gone. I can still hear their voices sometimes. I think you can still hear me though. It seems like it didn't actually start. Shirt's a bit too dark and bring it away from the face for me. Balance between the hair and the orange belt. Okay. First thing I see is the belt, the hands, orange undershirt to me. Okay. We are kind of all over. Pop of orange to the dark of the chest. Okay. Meow. Yep, that's a good part of the body. Hands, like, is my big hand bias. It could be. The hands are probably standing out because they are the biggest shape in general here. Everything else is much smaller shapes, and they are put off the edge of the body quite a bit. And they're pretty dark also. But I do think that the areas where we have the orange end up being what I'm looking at. Where I am bouncing around. These draw my attention because of scale. This draws my attention because of color and saturation. I don't know. Hands and shoes might be the most focal. You know, the shoe is actually pretty focal too. But here's the thing. All of those things, having something that's working in their favor isn't bad because we are bouncing around all over the place. I see what somebody's saying already. What if the eyes were orange? They are orange, but I do think that darkening them might be onto something. Just try darkening them to see. And then similarly, there's like this nice little like bright blue highlight in the eyes. But like, what if that was also in the hair a little bit? Because that really bright, saturated electric blue isn't really anywhere else except those bright little highlights in the eyes. And I'm wondering if we were able to frame the face with them a little bit. Like, see how that is sort of starting to draw us in. More contrast in the eyes, and then blue that doesn't appear elsewhere. Oh no, not the ad break. No. It always happens, and I always act like I'm surprised. It is just the nature of the stream, unfortunately. But little blue, I think is fun. I think would be beneficial. And then similarly, I feel like this is just getting too dark. Is it just me, or is this darker? It isn't just me. This is darker than the hands are, which I think is why, contrast-wise, it's so distracting having that orange there. We can have this desaturated blue. I'm gonna blur these together, which is why I'm doing this. And honestly, we were suggesting all of this end up becoming Jean anyway, but just so that we can see with how it is now, if you aren't a fan of, oopsie, hang on. If you aren't a fan of fully changing the shirt style, just making it less contrasty might be good. Like, I think that's helping a little bit also. Freedom, welcome back. Usually come right when you're about to explain something, you'll say, well, you know what? And then, yeah, no. You won't know what. You don't get to know what. I'm not telling you. I'm keeping my secrets, apparently. But, bright blue, a little bit in there, might be kind of nice. Honestly, now that I'm seeing this in here, I kind of want to distribute it just a little bit more too. Layers it on here. Like, you could have that be part of, like, some of the brighter highlights of the fire and stuff too, so that it's not only around the face. So there's a little bit of harmony throughout. But if we have the bulk of these, like, real bright blue bits just here, essentially, I think that'll help bring our attention in also. Yippee! Cute, right? I think so. So, less contrast here, more contrast here as far as color goes, more just little pops of color. That's not bad. I will say, it is kind of something that takes a lot of skill to make the eye bounce around that much, and the fact that I wasn't at least settling anywhere, I think it does speak to the way that you're using variety in the design pretty well, but I do think you just need like a nudge towards the face a little bit more. So what do we have here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? I think that sounds about right to me. You can also tell that this, I think, was... Oh wait, no, this is in my handwriting fonts. This can't be that old. I feel like this is one of the ones that's a much lower number than I think it is, but it might be because it was a resubmission from somebody who had an older design, so I'm not sure. But yeah, those are them. They're my suggestions. Can we get a round of applause for Star, please? Yeah, honestly, the smart thing to do if you don't have the emotes, if you don't have the channel emotes, is to just say claps with like stars or something like Mad Bun did. To not get bonked by the ever so strangely evil Moobot, who has not been kind. Oh, there we go. Riruku has actually narrowed in the acceptable quantity of emotes that Moobot doesn't get mad about. Yay! Good work, Star! Very cute. Very cute. Hoshi, I'm sure you think other star-based blue VTubers are cute. I'm sure you think so, huh? Hate it when ads come the second the stream starting screen leaves, and not, you know, during the stream starting screen. That's so evil if they don't, because let me tell you, every time I start stream on Twitch, I have it set so that it's supposed to run the ads after like 2 minutes, which I think is the earliest Twitch lets you run them. And manually in YouTube, I run an ad the moment I go live, because it lets me do it the second I go live. So that's evil if it's actually making you watch another ad after only 5 minutes. That's cruel. It's supposed to pause them for 30 minutes after I do that. How unkind. Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Riruku. Rescuing Riruku from getting bonked for for emote crimes against the shroom state. Thank you, Selma. Can we rotate for Selma, please? That's a lot of gifted. How many is it? Let me see. Hang on, scroll up. 132. Oh my god. Thank you, Selma, and also thank you, past Selmas. Thank you. So many kind gifters today, right? So many kind fellows in the shroom state. I am always very floored by the kindness of the shroommates. You guys are always very kind and rescuing each other from the ads. That seems to be the primary motivation is, you deserve no ads, and you deserve no ads. Honestly, none of you deserve ads, but I can't get rid of them, unfortunately. Thank you, clone army of Selma. What? Dolly? Is it you? Push mark? Question, when will the second Clown Miku stream happen? No pressure. Yam and I have not picked a day yet, but that's because we both have busy schedules. So there's a possibility it could be next week, maybe? I will have to talk to Yam. My hand is not on my face. Knock it off. It thinks my bangs are a hand, which is driving me nuts right now. We just haven't decided another day for it yet, but it just wasn't gonna pan out to be this week. And yes, that does mean people can still join. I'm not going to complain, because let me tell you, let me show you actually, I can even show you. Mine's not done still. I'm so late, and I'm not done still. I'm later than all of you with the Mikus. Where is my clown Miku? Here she is. Here's where she stands right now. Look, she's lined, and I started coloring her, but I can't decide. Hey, Shrewmates, live crit. Hey, Shrewmates, can I get a live crit? Just real quick live crit. I can't figure out what color to make her underclothes, her pants, her modesty garments that I have her wearing, her leggings, and her skin tight shirt. I cannot figure out what color to make them. I like slid through the rainbow. I had them yellow, but they ended up too distracting. If it's skin, she feels too blank in those areas and it's distracting. I tried some gradients. I like could not figure it out. Magenta I did try, but it was too bold. It was too surprising. Yellow is actually what it used to be in my first draft. And the yellow was just too bold for some reason. I don't know why it was working in the sketch, but not in the clean drawing of it. So strange. Purple, yeah, I don't know. Yellow, not just the skin tone, blush color. Maybe blush could work. Rainbow gradient. Oh, actually, hang on. I might have to do something funny because I think the shading is not going to like it. I'll have to redo my shading trick. But wait, actually, let me try the colors. Rainbow gradient might be so interesting, actually. Is it this one? Yeah. Hang on. Not for the pants, but for the arms, for the sleeves. That could be intriguing. Muted orange gradient to a deeper red. I did try that also, unfortunately. Every color that is currently in this design has been tried as the color. And I even tried like a bunch of neutrals, but they just blend into the skin too much. Yeah, what color should I use? All of them. But you know, I hadn't considered that. I hadn't considered the option of all of them. So let me just try it. Orange. And I'll blend them so it's like a gradient. Although maybe I don't have to. Wait, hang on. What direction? Nope, hang on. Yellow, green, blue. Oh wait, and hang on. I don't have to make the arms match either. So like I could do this side of it being orange, red, and then like we get a hint of the purple or something in there where it's not covered. Hang on, wait. That might be it. This rainbow might actually be the solution here. That's so intriguing. And then like purple is the color they meet in the middle at, maybe. I'm not averse to this. Rainbow looks good so far, honestly. Maybe I don't even need to do that. Maybe it could just stay that blue here. But I'm not averse to this. Rainbow for the win. I don't think I can make the legs rainbow. I think that might be too much, but I'll try it just anyway, just to try. Yellow! Orange! The shading's gonna be nasty because it's a weird multiply layer situation. Green! Oh wait, I should reverse them. Hang on, actually. This is funny, without Jubby here, I'm like doing like weird, that's not the right color to go next either. I'm like just fully disobeying the time I should end stream, but it's fine. I'm permitted. Jubby is good for my health and making me end stream on time, but actually, necessary help is nice. All else fails make the blush brighter. Truth! Truth! We can cheat the focal point. Try a faded black. These colors in here were too dark for faded black to work out very nicely. Unfortunately. Let me grab where's... Oh, wait, hang on. Blue? Yeah. Blue on blue right here might not be good, so I might need to reverse those so I can reverse these. But I think we're cooking. This is why I'm glad I have you. You guys suggest things that I would not do otherwise, but if they were not suggested to me, probably. Purple! Purple! Honestly, this might be dark enough in here that it's not an issue, actually, that it is rainbow. They feel kind of like silly... silly tubes. Hang on, what color do I still need? Oh, red. I was gonna put red. Like right there. Low-key, I think that's it. Thank you. Who? Who suggested that? I'm giving you a big ol' Shrewmate hug. Thanks. Good work, team. We figured it out. Now I can finally work on this again. Man, it really does take a whole village sometimes, huh? Perfect. I'm gonna save that. This is great. Thank you. Yeah, round of applause, Shrewmates. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your hard work. I'm gonna finish on time now because of it. Was Edward? Thank you, Edward. Thank you for your services to the Shroom State. They have been especially important in our success here. Thank you. Look at that! Now I can just shade her and I'll be done. We're so close. Let me see. There was a really long message that I think I missed because I was distracted doing that. I'm getting into some rigging for the first time. Very proud to have done anything myself. I'd like to ask if you have any good tutorials on facial rigging you could recommend. For 2D or 3D? I unfortunately know very little about 2D, but for 3D, I think there might be some people I could recommend you, maybe? Plan on having 2 face toggles, so I don't know how I'd go about balancing that out with all the pieces of geometry. Oh, so if it's geometry, probably is 3D. Good question. We have some resources in the Discord for just like generally working on 3D models, but I don't think I have any in particular for AR kit. 3D, hell yeah, we love to see it. Honestly, if you're gonna have 2 different head toggles, it may be better to just have 2 separate heads that swap. There is a way you can toggle meshes in, I think, Vignon and in Boruto, so that way you're not getting the toll of having 2 high poly heads on your processing, but then at the same time, you do get the benefit of having the geometry that properly supports both faces. So I think that might be worth looking into, but I don't know if I actually have. The person who I learned to do AR kit from is no longer around, and I don't think the stream that I watched to learn them do it with is archived anywhere, which is really sad to me. There was a 3D modeler who made really like exaggerated, super colorful, really big eye, like almost like Gyaru inspired 3D models. Their style was really neat, and they did really exaggerated AR kit. And that was who I had learned it from. I don't know where they are now. I think they either might have rebranded and I lost them in that, or they might have not be a VTuber anymore. So I don't know. And for the most part, for 2D, Chupuko is amazing. Okay, so that's good for 2D, but for 3D, I may have to hunt. Because there's one particular person who I learned it from, which is if you want like real exaggerated AR kit, that'd be good. But I don't know off the top of my head. I might have to check. Wait, I just realized, what's the song in her hair? It is, the what is that song called? I've listened to the song a million times, but I learned the title of it. No, not Carousel. No. The second word is Pierrot. It's the Miku clown song. No, not Caramel Donson. It's the Miku clown song. Karakuri Pierrot. Wait, so I had it right. I just was second guessing myself, or maybe you're not doing the syllables in the right order. Yeah, that one. I believe this is the beginning of the song. This is the treble clef, and this is the bass clef for it. So I was just like, sing a clown song. Bam! There we go. Thank you, Shroommates! I save this, I close this, I come back to that later. But for now, I need to go consume food. It is like 6:30 and I should eat dinner. Make sure that I don't get fuzzy in the eyeball again from not eating. You should all do that too. Make sure you eat and drink plenty. Don't do what I accidentally did here. Take good care of yourselves. Oh wait, Gamba! Hang on! We did! Yeah, you're right, hang on, sorry. Thank you. Thanks. Slash prediction. And we did make it to the end of stream, so we actually can do prediction. And how many did we get through? 6? 1, 2, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we did get through 6. Yippee, look at that. Consistent. Even when my health is funky, we did get through 6. Miku does not count. I designed her and we didn't critique her, we didn't grade her. So I would say she does not count. Woohoo, wasn't overly optimistic. Honestly, good to be realistic about predictions with me, it seems like. I'm very proud of myself that I have not been, struggling to reach 6. There are a couple streams in a row where I was like 4, 5, 4. We're backlocked in, we're getting 6 every time. I don't know the last time I got 7 was when it was an extended time, but we're doing great, we're doing swell. But thank you all for being here today, I say, T-posing at you cutely. Did anyone get bingo? Good question. I sure as hell did not. Nope, yep, I didn't. Oh man, if I counted Miku, I'd have bingo for having a clown theme, which would be really nice and cool, but nope, doesn't count. But anyway, thank you guys for joining me here today. I will be back, maybe not confirmed, but maybe I'll be back Wednesday to work on some emotes live on stream. If you're here, you can help me pick which ones we should make. So I may do that on Wednesday if I'm feeling up to it. But if not then Thursday we will be doing Musume Design Crits Part 2. Yippee! I'm ready to look at more horses. Time to horse around. Anyways, thank you for coming. YouTube shroommates. Shroomulator, I can't send you anywhere. Bye. Thank you for being here and hanging out. Shroomulator, bye. I always try and give them a second to say bye, because if I end the stream, it ends the chat. I'll give them a second if they want to say goodbye. Twitch? I gotta send us somewhere. Where are we going? Where are we going? There we go. Bye! Bye, YouTube shroommates. I will see you maybe Wednesday, but likely Thursday. If not, yeah. Great, we've been